Chapter 977. Zasikas did not blame the slaves who turned around and ran first, even though slaves had no human rights. The archers lined up behind the sword-shield soldiers and the cavalry. They were responsible for shooting from the back and hitting the people behind the enemy when the two sides met. Before the two sides came into contact with each other, the ones in front were blown up by the skyscraping monkeys. How could the archers face the enemy's sword-shield soldiers? Speaking of which, the cavalry was even more miserable. Boom, 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 the horses were frightened. The Tang dynasty's cavalry first rained down a wave of arrows, then waved their sabers and took advantage of their formation and speed to kill their way in. Alas! Zasikas heard the moans and painful cries of the wounded soldiers, who fled back from the camp and felt weak all over. The soldiers who fled back from the camp could not eat, but they could tell others how they lost. They told what they had experienced to the people who helped them block the pursuit of the Tang dynasty soldiers, and the morale of these people also weakened. The two sides did not come into contact with each other at all. They started shooting from thousands of paces away, and dozens or hundreds of people were killed with one shot. If they were standing there and were hit by one shot for a moment, everyone was very disappointed. Those who did not participate in the battle carefully asked about the process. They hoped to survive the battle as much as possible. Gua Jiyun waited for the soldiers to finish eating. He hesitated for a moment and asked the soldiers to line up again. Then 20 hot air balloons rose into the air. The people below used ropes to pull the hot air balloons. 20 skyscraping monkeys were also pushed out. The wounded stayed behind, and the sword-shield soldiers were in charge of the vehicles. The vehicles were loaded with tools, wood, nails, and other things. Some of the vehicles were loaded with tents, pots, stoves, and other things. The troops moved forward in a mighty manner. After 3 hours, Tubo's scouts found them. The Tang dynasty did not send any scouts at all. They just watched in the hot air balloons. It was getting dark. Zasikas got the information. After thinking about it, he had no choice but to give the order to retreat. They could not fight. They had just lost, and the morale was too low. If the Tang dynasty attacked those who did not participate in the battle again, they would be completely finished. Tubo's army hurriedly packed up and ran. Some things were left behind without packing up. They did not even have time to think about defense. They retreated. The Tang dynasty soldiers lit torches and continued to follow behind them. The cavalry rushed out, looking for an opportunity to attack or circle around to shoot. Tubo's cavalry charged forward, and both sides circled around together. Tubo's retreating speed increased. Everyone started running, and some heavy things were simply thrown away. Not only were the items thrown away, but the injured who couldn't keep up with the team were also thrown away. Think of a solution yourself. Ammo swordsmen, put down your swords and send someone to guard them. Everyone else, continue forward. Whirlwind cannon, walk slowly behind. There's no rush. The Tang soldiers passed down the order, and the Mo blade-wielding soldiers put down their sabers and armor. The soldiers didn't know what to do. They kept moving forward while the enemy kept retreating. They couldn't hit anyone. In the middle of the night, everyone took a short break. They ate some hardtack and drank some water before continuing forward. When dawn broke, they picked up many injured Tubo soldiers along the way, as well as the things left behind by the Tubo troops. This included weapons, tents, and tools. Tubo's people kept retreating. Some people felt that they were running out of stamina, but others didn't care and just threw their things away. Let's set up camp here. There's a small river here. Let's set up camp in front of it. Another order was given, and the Tang soldiers felt that they were about to collapse. This was not a war, but a journey. They ran during the day and rushed at night for an entire night. The cars behind came over and crossed the river. Everyone casually ate a few mouthfuls of food and rested for an hour. They dug trenches, assembled barricades, piled up hills, and built camps. The troops that Longyu Jidushi had placed at the front also moved. They woke up early in the morning and brought their baggage forward. On the way, they saw piles of weapons and sent people to guard them. The MO blade-wielding soldiers were brought along and sent to the front. The captives of Tubo's troops gathered together and sent people to watch over them. They were given water to drink, but no food to eat. Those who were injured were given some dry rice to drink. "Look, we've taken 2/3 of the 9 Ben's land," Gua Jiun said to Wang Juankui with a smile. His face was full of fatigue. Wang Juankui stared at Guajiun. "You're really crazy. You're too daring." He understood the situation. There were no more explosives on the hot air balloons, and the rockets that came from the back were the last 20 cars. Everyone was tired and should rest for a few days. In the end, Guajiun gambled that Tubo had no fighting spirit and could not fight. If he succeeded, Tubo would run away. With this run, Tubo would not be able to recover quickly. There were also many things thrown on the road, including the injured and those who ran away during the day. Now 2/3 of the entire 9 Ben's land had been taken and built a camp. In fact, it was 1/3. However, the terrain of this 1/3 was good. Tubo's army could not stand in front of the Tang dynasty's military camps. The Tibetan army had to retreat dozens of miles. Otherwise, the hot air balloons in the sky would keep an eye on them. This was equivalent to occupying 2/3 of the land. They had more space for strategic operations. Moreover, there were more plains and grasslands. At least the horses in the army did not have to send fodder from the back. The disadvantage was that the supply line was extended and they needed the help of Longyi soldiers. Guajian was bluffing. Tubo did not know that he had no more explosives. Tubo won't be able to recover without 10 days to half a month. Guajiun was in a good mood. If Tubo's army retreated in defeat before, this time it was because their morale was low and they ran away before the battle. Even the people in the Qianhu camp in 9 Ben's land ran away. The people only felt that their soldiers were not good enough. After losing a lot of tools and weapons, it would not be easy for Tubo's army to gather people again. They also picked up some slow cattle and sheep and chased them away. Tubo's people did not have time to gather the sheep. They believed that if they dug in the Tubo Qianhu camp, they would be able to find the cellar. There would be food in the cellar and even people hiding there. Wang Juankui shook her head. Half a month is not enough. Tubo's army of tens of thousands is completely finished. It will take a lot of time to replace the other troops. The camps were divided and separated from each other by a certain distance. They had to ensure the water source and height. They also had to be able to communicate with each other. Tents were set up in the middle and behind the camps, layer upon layer. This was a true marching and setting up camp. The horses were placed at the back, and the transport carts were placed further behind. They did not have provisions. They had to wait for Longyo's troops to help. There were also other troops that had not arrived. In other words, Liangzhou's troops were empty. They wrote a letter back and asked Lanzhao's troops to replenish Liangzhou. Lanzhao did not need so many people. The Tang dynasty's soldiers were tired. They gritted their teeth and persevered. They knew that they could only rest in peace after the camp was built. Some goats that didn't have any cubs were killed, and some cellars were discovered. Sure enough, there were things and people. There were even a few wells that Tubo's people did not have time to fill. It was clear how panicked they were when they changed their strategy. Gua Jian wrote the battle report and wrote the actual situation. He did not brag or talk nonsense. At the same time, he said that his side had a huge logistical need. He did not dare to brag. If the imperial court took his words seriously and did not give him anything, how could he defend? Chapter 978. Hurry up, and pull us up. At the Hoka waterfall of the Yellow River, 2 people on the modified 100-stone propeller boats urged. There was a hole in the wooden board to avoid damaging the propeller. Dozens of people on the boat pulled at the same time. With a clatter, the wooden board was pulled up. Once on the board, 20 horses were tied up with ropes and driven forward. Why don't we wait until there are more boats? Whenever a ship is modified or a new ship is built, We will leave immediately in bits and pieces. The person at the Hoku waterfall who pulled the gourds muttered. In his opinion, they should be organized. The others also felt that he made sense. It was difficult to dispatch 1 boat today and 2 boats tomorrow. Li, who sent the boats, was bidding farewell to Tanshida's family at the Li family Zhuangzi. The family of 3 should go back and organize people to build the road there. There were 100 winged knights traveling with them. They were responsible for carrying the exchange coupons and malaria prevention pills. They didn't have the tools to work. They planned to buy them from other places, such as the line in Guangzhou. Everyone waved. Tan Shui looked at Li Yi eagerly. Li Yi's eyes didn't even fall on her. After that, Li Yi turned around and went back to find Li Longji. Li Longji's family of 5 came over, including Li Dan and noble consort Lu. The weather was too hot. Li Dan and noble consort Lu stayed in Baifu Palace. It was mainly because they had nothing to do and were annoyed. They planned to stay at the Li family Zhuangzi for a few days. It was too hot and easy to get sick. Li Dan was afraid of death. He wanted to live to see the Tang dynasty become stronger. Li Longji and his family of 3 wanted to come. He didn't have any friends in the palace. He didn't want to play with the other princes and princesses. The only place he knew that he had friends was the Li family Zhuangzi. They were about the same age as him and had a common language. There were special piles of sand for them, as well as all kinds of small carts and shovels. They used their hands to push small carts to transport the goods. Many adults had forgotten their childhood and simply ignored them. Li Yi was their best teacher. Li Yi could play with 2 or 3-year-old children. Li Yi would carefully fill the cart with sand with a small shovel, and then make a beeping sound with his mouth to transport the sand to the castle that a certain little guy was going to build. Actually, no matter how old the child was, he could play with them. He knew what a child needed, including the slightly older children who were playing cards and chess with their printed cards. When the adults saw this, they felt that it was fine for the children to play by themselves. Li Yi understood that they were playing a war game. When poker cards and chess cards were flipped over, it meant that one side's soldiers had died. Thus, he gave the Craftsmen's Alliance an order to make little people with a small support at the bottom. Some held knives, some held bows. Xiao He, you're sending ships out one after another. Why don't you gather them together? Li Dan had the same idea as the people at Hoku Waterfall. He had never fought in a war, nor had he ever given his own orders in war. Li Yi said patiently, "That's too slow. I know that some people think that gathering is the best, but that actually refers to fighting. If it's transportation, efficiency is the pursuit. It seems that a fragmented team can't transport much at a time. However, it's definitely more than waiting for the number to be enough to be transported at once. Every ship of goods can change the direction of the war. Even if the 2 sides have equal forces on the battlefield, the rear troops can reinforce in batches, and the tactic of adding fuel can be used." Li Yi had his own opinions on this. Sometimes there was no way to add fuel to the battle in a war. For example, each side had 50,000 troops with equal combat strength. Every day, some of them would die. There was no time to organize more people, so they would send them forward in batches. If one side sent them, the other side had to send them, even if the people sent that day became casualties again. If one side sent them, the other side didn't but gathered at the rear. Before they finished gathering, the strategic location in front of them would be gone. When the gathered troops arrived, they wouldn't be able to defeat the other side. It was the same for transportation. They couldn't wait. When a ship came out, it would load the goods and send them out. Right now, they were transporting gasoline, diesel, skyscraping monkeys, and explosives. A ship would be able to support them for a while. Empress Wang came from a family of generals, so she understood. She said, "If you send one more skyscraping monkey, the soldiers will be more confident." "Is that so?" Li Dan asked Empress Wang. "Yes, the warriors would rather eat a little worse than to have better weapons. If they eat, they can handle a few mouthfuls. Weapons are their lives. Empress Wang was very certain that even if the food was bad, as long as there were skyscraping monkeys, the morale of the soldiers would not be weak. If a skyscraping monkey was hit accurately, it could kill many enemies. They would rather not eat canned food and eat cooked barley every day. It was better than having skyscraping monkeys. Li Dan understood and turned to Li Yi. You've been sending weapons? The front line lacks weapons. If I don't send weapons, what else can I send? The supplies are being sent from Shu County. Tomorrow, the Winged Knights will go out and send a batch of diesel and explosives to Guizhiyun within 5 days. No, send them to the Hushi Jidushi's place within 3 days and let him send them to Guizhiyun. The cavalry will fall easily if they go that way. Li Yi wanted to mobilize the Winged Knights, but he did not want anything to happen to the Winged Knights. The delivery of the express from Chang and could reach the place in a day. There were too many things, and there were not enough horses at the relay station. Only the Winged Knights could travel long distances on 3 horses. Xiao Yi, I heard that the battle at Zhang Xiaosong's place is very intense. Aren't you going to send weapons to him? Noble consort, Lu thought of a place. The battle is almost over. There's only Tubo's army left. If I were Zhang Xiaosong, I would focus on attacking Tubo's baggage army. There can't be many people in the baggage army. Li Yi was not worried about the battle at Huasher City. In history, the 2 armies were able to withstand it, let alone now. The 2 armies were facing off against Tubo. The Anshi Jidushi would take captives and treat the injured. The rest of the army would rest for a while before coming out to cooperate with the 2 armies. As long as Zhang Xiaosong was not stupid, he would definitely go to Tubo's logistics army. 2 days later, just as Li Yi said, Zhang Xiaosong met with another Tubo's baggage army. At noon, the Tubo's baggage army encountered a small river that they did not know how to change its course. Now they were resting and wasting time. After eating and drinking, the baggage army continued to move forward. In the evening, they stopped and formed a circle around the caravan as a temporary camp. At the same time, they sent out scouts to investigate. This army had a lot of supplies. It was made up of 2,000 Xinhu, 1,000 cavalry, and 1,000 infantry. All of them were cavalry. Tubo did not have the resources to do so. Zhang Xiaosong looked at the wind direction and speed and decided not to use explosives. The landlord did not have any extra food. He gathered a lot of hay and mixed it with the green grass in bundles. At the same time, he divided his troops to arrange the bundles. After eating 2 batches of Tubo scouts, he led his men to push forward. After placing the hay properly, he began to light the fire. At night, under the starry sky, a large amount of smoke appeared not long after. It followed the wind and rolled towards the Tubo caravan formation. Chapter 979. Tubo's troops noticed that 2 batches of scouts had not returned in a row. They had sent 100 cavalrymen for the 3rd batch. They did not believe that one of them would not return. Not long after, the 100 cavalrymen returned, not one less. Along with them came the smoke. Today's air pressure was low. Although the stars were blinking, the air was humid. Some smoke flew along the grass and fell to the ground. The 100 people were not in good condition. Their eyes were red, including the horses. Report. We did not see the enemy. We only saw smoke coming with the wind. The captain reported in tears. It was too uncomfortable. The horses could not stand the smoke at all. In fact, there was no need for him to say. Everyone could smell the smoke. Wet your clothes with water and cover your face. Tubo generals were experienced. Ordinary generals were experienced. This was the only way to deal with smoke. At the same time, Zhang Xiaosong ordered his subordinates to cover their faces with several layers of wet towels and rush forward with bundles of grass. They rushed out a few miles, put down the grass, lit it, and rushed back. The people on the side could go around, but the people in the middle could only run with the smoke. It was very uncomfortable. The soldiers ran over and hurriedly drank water. Some people used water bags to wash their faces. There was more smoke, and the range was larger. The people who ran back to release the smoke could not stand it for a while. Needless to say, the Tubo troops on the other side could not stand it. Go to the side. A Tubo Qianhu called Kuo Kao Taokai ordered. Another Qianhu called Suan and coughed and stopped him. No, the enemy is probably waiting at the side. Once we move, the carriage formation will disperse. What he considered was the carriage formation. If they went to the side, should they go horizontally or vertically? If they went horizontally, it would be slow to leave the smoke range. It would be easy to meet the enemy's 90-degree charge as soon as they left the smoke range. If they went vertically, the enemy might still charge at a 90-degree angle. If they went together, the enemy cavalry could surround them and shoot arrows. Suan judged others by himself. If it were him, he would do the same. Kuo Kao Taokai was anxious. What should we do? Retreat. There was a river on the way here. Retreat and hide from the smoke. At the same time, we can wait for 2 days and build a stronghold by the river. Suan had a solution. Whether it was the carriage formation or the military stronghold, the most afraid was the water source being cut. Okay, let's go. Kuo Taokai agreed and ordered. The chariot formation was opened and they ran back. They were not out of the smoke range. The cavalry rushed over to see if there were any enemies behind them. This kind of marching could be said to be textbook style. There was no problem at all. The problem was that they didn't have binoculars or hot air balloons. During the day, Zhang Shaosong watched their position and marching speed. As for the composition of the team, he had helped them think of several ways. Zhang Shaosong utilized the advantages of the hot air balloon and binoculars to the extreme, seeing the enemy first. Li Yi did not know that the border generals of the Tang dynasty had played with these two things. What Li Yi was thinking about was the application of the hot air balloons and binoculars that he used for combat at that time. The main thing was to discover the enemy's main force in advance and set up an ambush or to set up a trap. In the end, the generals at the border used these two items to engage in guerrilla warfare, taking advantage of the enemy's lack of vision. Therefore, the generals at the border did not equip the infantry with hot air balloons and binoculars. They were all cavalry and they were very willing to compete with the enemy's scouts. Vision, speed, superior numbers, and battlefield concealment. The generals understood how to play with the hot air balloons and binoculars when they got them. Why should they use infantry to fight you head-on? They could wear you down with cavalry. Did you send scouts or not? How many cavalry did you send at once? Tubo's team ran back, not daring to go out of the smoke range for fear of an enemy ambush. As they ran, the smoke thinned. After running for a while, they completely broke away from the smoke amidst everyone's coughs and the horses' discomfort. The team did not stop and returned to the river. After rushing for a while, they saw the river under the starlight and prepared to go over and reform the formation. Kill! Shouts sounded, and cavalry appeared on the left and right. Cavalry attack. Form the formation. Quick! Form the formation according to the river. 3 layers. Suan shouted for the second time. Less than 1,000 cavalry divided into 2 teams, threw down their torches and rushed out. They used torches before, but not now. Whoever had a torch would shoot. The cavalry faced the enemy on the left and right. The Tang dynasty cavalry on both sides began to drive their horses in circles while arrows rained down. The Tubo cavalry released a wave of arrows and followed in circles, trying to seize the limelight. It was just like Li Yi's previous fleet on the sea to seize the upper hand and form a T-shaped formation. The 2 sides circled and went far away. Kill! Shouts sounded again. On the other side of the river, a group of cavalry urged their horses forward. Tubo formed the formation according to the river. There were no carriages behind them, so they used the river as an obstacle. The river. It was not deep enough, nor was it wide enough. The river, which was dozens of steps wide and less than 2 feet deep, could not stop the cavalry. Some cavalry rushed to the river and released arrows, then circled back without crossing the river. More cavalry crossed the river from the two sides of the carriage formation. The archers of the carriage formation could not shoot and watch the other party cross the river. Kill! From the direction where the smoke came from, another huge cavalry appeared. The cavalry that crossed the river circled the camp in an arc, not in a hurry to charge. The cavalry that came from the front divided their men to help their own cavalry chase the cavalry that ran out from the two sides of Tubo. Another cavalry dismounted and took out military shovels to dig holes in the ground. The Tubo people in the camp watched and knew what the other party was going to do. Even if their own cavalry ran back, the sky was so dark that the horses' hooves would be broken. If they were close, they could shout to make the cavalry stop. If they were far away, the cavalry could not hear them. Attack! Attack quickly and defeat them. Tell our cavalry to be careful! Kwoko Taukai shouted anxiously. Suanen shook his head. It's over. It's all over. Who is the enemy general? He thought more than Kwoko Taukai. This was what the Tang soldiers meant. Let the infantry leave the carriage formation. If they did not leave, they could not report to the cavalry. If they left, they would kill them. There was no defense in the front, back, left, and right. When the cavalry was surrounded, what would the remaining infantry use to fight the enemy? Rely on the carriage formation? What would they do if the enemy continued to release smoke? Then what should we do? Kwoko Taukai wanted to rush out himself. Surrender, surrender. Suanen said with a bitter expression. What was the point of resisting when the battle was like this? If they moved, they would die. If they did not move, they would die. After saying the words of surrender, he shouted with all his might, General of the Great Tang, we surrender. Please have mercy. Shout with me. So a group of people shouted, we surrender. Have mercy. When they shouted, a group of Tang dynasty slaves who had walked to the river and were about to escape from the other side of the river stopped. They wanted to run across the river while the Tubo people were panicking. Now they found that there was no need to run. They shouted with them, and their shouts seemed to be louder. Soldiers of the Tang dynasty, hurry up and come over to take the captives. We are the masters. As soon as they shouted, the cavalry of the Tang dynasty made way. The cavalry of the Tubo who ran out before came back. 4/5 of them came back, and the 1/5 who did not come back was... Chapter 980. The Tubo soldiers put down their weapons and took off their leather armor. The cavalry also took off their boots and stood there barefoot. The Tang dynasty slaves in the team moved the things to the side, picked up knives and bows, and were responsible for guarding. They also knew how to shoot arrows. The horses were also led to the side. Now that they were the masters, they didn't need to run into the river. The Tubo people didn't struggle. They saw the situation clearly. They had been schemed against. At the same time, the enemy was too large, and they were all cavalry. Kwoko Taukai and Suanen were allowed to wear armor, but not weapons. The two of them still retained a trace of dignity. They took the initiative to surrender. Their status was high, and they were at the level of Chinhu. Tubo's Chinhu was different from the Tang dynasty's Chinhu. Tubo's Chinhu was a combination of military and political. They had their own territory and population. To put it bluntly, they were valuable. There were still people of the Tang dynasty in their territory. The people were free. This included a lot of livestock, unless they didn't want to go back. I want to know who the general of the Tang dynasty is. Suanen was more stubborn. He was convinced. He noticed that the other party had begun to arrange things since his team arrived at the river. Then, when they encountered smoke, the team retreated to the river. Everything was under the control of the other party's general. Zhang Shaosong appeared. He was wearing a war jacket, but his head was tied with a scarf. He looked elegant. He was indeed like this. According to historical records, he had an extraordinary appearance and was a jinshi. He was a handsome man, not a little fresh meat. I'm Zhang Shaosong. Zhang Shaosong introduced himself. Kwoko Taukai, who was sullen just now and felt that his tactics were affected by his colleagues, sighed and cupped his hands. Qianhu Kwoko Taukai greets Marshal Zhang. He was suddenly in a good mood. He knew who Zhang Xiaosong was. He led 10,000 soldiers to conquer the western regions. Clang, 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 clang. In the western regions, Zhang Xiaosong's name could stop children from crying at night. It was not shameful to be defeated by such a famous general. Suanen also saluted. Didn't you say that Inspector Zhang was corrupt? I was a little greedy, but not too greedy. His Majesty knew and said that I was too greedy, so he gave me more money. Zhang Xiaosong returned the greeting. What he said was very interesting, as if he was chatting with an old friend. Then, are you still greedy? A slave from the Tang dynasty in Tubo came out and asked Zhang Xiaosong curiously, "What's the difference between being greedy and not being greedy?" Therefore, I am no longer greedy. Zhang Xiaosong spoke the truth. There wasn't a single general who wasn't greedy. Greed wasn't necessarily to make money for themselves, but because the soldiers under them who died in battle received less compensation. In that case, he would be greedy and help his dead brother give his family more money. Otherwise, why would your subordinates be so loyal to you? What right do you have to order me to charge into the enemy's formation even though I know I'm going to die? Now there was no need. His Majesty and Li Yi had given them enough. What was the point of being greedy? Inspector Zhang, can you tell us the situation at the front? Suanen thought for a while and asked again. Baggage was captured by me last time. Tubo's main force, Ashainasian's troops, and Jurlalu's troops are frequently engaged in battle. Zhang Xiaosong gave an answer, telling the other party that their main force would be completely crippled if they were defeated by him. Kuo Cao and Tao Kai followed up and asked, Inspector Zhang, aren't you afraid that baggage will be sent back as reinforcements if you can't capture him? There are only 40,000 people in total, and not all of them are cavalry. If they send back infantry, they won't be enough for me to kill. If they dare to send 10,000 cavalry, the remaining 30,000 people will be dead for sure. Zhang Xiaosong said with a smile and gestured for the two to follow him. He was confident that Tubo's troops at the front were actually less than 40,000, and they had already lost a portion of them. Tubo's troops weren't all cavalry. Baggage couldn't be captured. If they wanted to check, they had to send cavalry. If there were too few cavalry, it would be useless. If there were too many cavalry, what would happen to the troops at the front? Ashainasian and Guluolu's troops weren't useless. They would definitely charge forward when they saw the opportunity. More torches were lit, and the people of the Tang dynasty began to cook. There were also dead horses that were dragged back. They belonged to the Tubo people. They skinned, dug out the internal organs, and cut the meat. They tidied up by the river and used the small iron pots that Zhang Xiaosong's troops brought to cook the meat. At the same time, they also ordered the Tubo captives to work. Now the situation had changed. At the end of the Chou hour, when it was almost the beginning of the Yin one, the food was ready. The people of the Tang dynasty had to help their soldiers scoop the food first, but the Tang soldiers scooped the food for the people first and put more meat. The Tubo people had just formed their formation and were attacked by smoke before they could eat. Then they ran all the way to the river. They were the most tired. What is this? It's the best thing I've ever eaten in my life. It's called compressed biscuits. There are walnuts in it. Are our soldiers eating this now? Inspector Zhang is too amazing. He killed the Tubo people. Later, I'll get my wife and child back. Didn't your wife sleep with the Tubo people? Who's the second child? Mine. Look at his appearance. What's wrong with sleeping with them a few times? Just wait for the exchange. It's not my wife's fault. I didn't protect her. My wife gave birth to a child for the Tubo people, but I kept him. He's also my child when he grows up. The people of the Tang dynasty, who were taken as slaves, chatted while eating. They didn't care that their women were bullied by the Tubo slave masters. It wasn't the women's fault. It wasn't that the women took the initiative to go there. They had no choice. Either they died or their whole family would die. Some of them even gave birth to other people's children. They were willing to raise them so that they could work when they grew up. They could even adopt and borrow children. Why would they care about this? For these border people, living was the most important thing. When they lost their lives, who would care about Confucian etiquette? When his family was taken away, where were the people who used etiquette to speak to them? When they were turned into slaves, whipped, and forced to work, where were those people? Now they had the opportunity to exchange their families back. In the future, they could live their own lives. Other people's children would be their children when they grew up. Tubo's main force should send a team of 1,000 people to investigate and kill them directly. There's no need to hide. Zhang Shaosong took 2 people into the tent and ordered. He was talking about the response Tubo's main force would make when baggage didn't show up after a long time. They would send out 1,000 cavalry and then scatter. The front and the back would be within their field of vision. Once the front was attacked, the back would be able to see it. Now that they had defeated 2 groups of baggage, there was no need to think about hiding anymore. If Tubo's main force dared to send them, they would kill them directly and chase them all the way. To what extent would they chase them until they reached the location of Tubo's main force? Then the pursuers would go around and find Ashina Sien and Karalu's troops. Tell the 2 Tubos' main force about the situation they were facing. There were no more supplies. Do as you see fit. When Cho Cao, Tao Kai, and Suan heard Zhang Xiaosong's order, their first feeling was powerlessness. This person was too powerful. They were playing strategy and tactics. The tactics were to release, smoke, block, and divide and surround. The strategy was to cut off the logistics and at the same time pass on the situation. As long as Ashina Sien and Karalu's troops weren't stupid, they would definitely shout with all their might and tell Tubo's main force that they couldn't wait for supplies and that they should starve to death. When fighting with bows and arrows, they had to consider whether they had enough arrows or not. Otherwise, they could use our arrows. Chapter 981. There were 5,000 cavalrymen. After finishing their meal, they took some beef jerky and water bags from Tubo's baggage and set off. They were going to face Tubo's main scouting team. They brought 2 hot air balloons, grenades, and explosives. After feeding the horses, 1 person rode 4 horses. The horses carried barley and boiled rice, which was also used to feed the horses. Horses like to eat such good food. It would be a waste not to use it. Their own people could not eat so much. 1 person riding 4 horses meant that when they found the enemy scouts in sight, as long as the distance was enough, they would chase them to the end. The enemy scouts only had 2 groups of horses, at most 3 horses. How much difference was 1 horse? The difference could be 20 miles in 2 hours. If it was 4 horses and 5 horses, the difference could be 5 miles. If there were more horses, the difference would not be small. In order to increase the difference, Zhang Shaosong sent the cavalrymen with barley rice. Horses eating grass and rice were different. No matter how many horses there were, they could not run forever. Could a horse that did not carry people keep running forever? Everyone still had to rest and eat the grass on the ground. Eating grass replenished water, so there was no need for extra water. The Tang soldiers had to use refined materials. They all rested and ate, so the speed of recovery was different. The people in the imperial court did not understand these details. The soldiers at the front would seize every opportunity to increase their speed and fighting strength. The officials in the imperial court did not know, but Li Yi was not a member of the imperial court. He knew. Li Yi had not personally participated in a large-scale war, but he could look up information, analyze, judge, and summarize. He conveyed his will to the people on the propeller boats. The people on the first and second propeller boats set off a few days ago. They brought their own food and did not bring any water. They drank the water of the Yellow River. There was a filtering device on the boat. Yao Chang's team used a filtering device. They scooped up the water of the Yellow River and poured it in. The filtered water was clear water. For people in a group stepped frantically on the pedals. Against the current, 2 boats overtook other boats, one after another. Change. Another 2 hours later, for people took over the position of the previous 4. The ship's speed suddenly slowed down. In less than 10 breaths, it accelerated again. The people who were replaced hurriedly ate some food and saliva, raised their legs high, and then covered themselves with something to sleep. There were 12 people on the ship carrying 100 share of goods. They changed shifts every 4 hours, and there were 4 people on each shift. That was 2 hours. The 4 of them kicked crazily for 2 hours before resting and eating some food. They didn't dare to eat until they were full. After a lot of exercise, they would need a longer time to absorb and recover. The 2 ships each carried 3 groups of sky cracker monkeys. There were no packs of explosives. The ones with explosives were on the following ships. Li Yi knew what the front line needed: long-range explosive weapons. The soldiers on the front lines could choose not to use these weapons, but they could not do without them. Having it, but not using it, would allow the soldiers to operate more flexibly and carry out tactical coordination. Li Yi played a lot of games and read a lot of historical information. The skyscraping monkey was a rocket launcher. He did not know what the two-boat people were thinking. In any case, if he were to hold a knife and see the enemy pushing out a rocket launcher, he would not be able to do anything. He would throw down the knife and run for his life. He would not fight or play with them anymore. There were no reverse slopes or deep trenches. How could they fight like this? They would not enter the connected cat's ear holes, for fear that the rocket launcher would be fuel-air explosive. Unless the cat's ear holes were deep enough and they brought their own oxygen tanks. The speed of the propeller boats was indeed fast, surpassing the local paddle boats for short-distance transportation, as well as some of the ships. It was just that they set off late. The first 50 ships received orders to load the frontline soldiers with things they needed. They did not stop, and everyone took turns to step on them. When the wind was good, the small sails were propped up and they used the wind and manpower to go against the current. The people who stepped on the ships were in a state of excitement. Previously, their task was to contact the entire Yellow River. Later, a fast horse suddenly passed on an order. Their task was changed to deliver supplies to the frontline soldiers. It was all food. There were no weapons. Perhaps the food was only enough for a small portion of the soldiers for a few days. They still risked their lives. They knew that they were giving their strength, while the soldiers at the front line were giving their lives. With the help of the wind and manpower, they traveled more than 2,000 miles. They arrived at Michuan in the evening. After asking the people on the shore, they continued forward. In the middle of the night, they passed through Jin Tianjuan's location. They were still pedaling with all their might. It was just the southwest wind. As soon as the sails were hung up and they entered the tributary of the Yellow River, they saw Guo Yun's troops. Guo Yun's camp was beside a small river. This river was naturally connected to the Yellow River. The people on the 50 ships were so tired that they were about to vomit blood. They panted and looked at their own troops on the shore. They were more confused. How did they get here? They were actually lost. If they had come a day earlier, this would have been Tubo's territory. At that time, they would probably have vomited blood. It was obviously too late to turn around and run back. They stopped the ship at the shore. They did not have the strength to get off the ship, even if they took turns to pedal. They took out handkerchiefs and put them in the water. Then they covered their mouths and tried to control their breathing rate to add water to their lungs. They could not use too much strength or their lungs would explode. This feeling was very uncomfortable. They wanted to vomit, but could not. When they breathed, their heads were buzzing. In fact, it was like running 1,000 meters in 4 minutes for people who had never run before. It was a feeling of wanting to die. The people on the 50 ships were paralyzed. They could not take it anymore. It was too uncomfortable. They did not know that the climate here was now in the highlands. They did not have altitude sickness now. Maybe it was because they had trained their lungs and blood oxygen supply. Under the light of the torch, Guojiyun was about to kneel. He had just occupied the place and built the military camp, and the logistics of Chang'an had arrived. It was said that speed was the most important thing in war. Your logistics were better than mine. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die. I'm so tired. I can't breathe. Disgusting. You are Jadushigwa? A person on the ship was in a slightly better state. He rubbed his face with both hands and spoke. He was Naunam all over. You are younger than me. You call me Brother Gua. Come, carry my brothers out. Chang and baggage troops have arrived. Take the Yellow River. Gua Jiyun shouted at the top of his voice. He knew that this was the most exciting thing. See, we have just occupied a place, and the supplies from Chang'an have arrived. What else do we have to worry about? One by one they were carried out. The morale of the soldiers was greatly boosted. They did not care what was sent. Even if it was an empty ship, they would feel relieved. This speed, today they had traveled with empty ships. In 2 days, the ships with goods would arrive. After the people were carried out, they looked inside the ship. It was not empty. There were many things inside. There were dried fish, dried mutton, watermelon, cantaloupe, green onions, yams, wheat, shrimps. What were these things? The people being carried said that they were dried oysters, dried clams, dried sea cabbage. The rest were all seafood. There were 50 ships, transporting them all the way to the great northwest. For a moment, the people who had finished their work and built the military camp were very tired. Suddenly, they felt that they had the strength to build another military camp. They felt a special kind of power, a kind of will. They did not even dare to dream that the imperial court would send seafood to them just after they occupied Tubo. Chapter 982. The people on the 50 ships began to drink warm water. After drinking it, they vomited until their stomachs were empty. Then they gasped for air. In this way, more blood was supplied to the other parts of the body, especially the brain. Otherwise, it would be too uncomfortable and they would rather faint. Guohyun ordered people to transport the things out. Dried fish, mutton, watermelon, and cantaloupe were obviously things exchanged on the way. Green onions and yams looked like they were from last year. There was probably still space for wheat on the ships. The people on the ships found a place to load some and sent it to the front for the soldiers to eat. As for shrimps and all kinds of dried food, there were things that had not been exchanged, so they could be sent together. For tens of thousands of people, it was not a lot. Each person could get 1 caddy of the things in the sea. After deducting the weight of the people on the ship, a ship could weigh a few thousand caddies. Watermelon and cantaloupe could only be sent to the generals and the injured. Dried fish and meat were not valuable, and there was no shortage of them in the northwest. Green onions, on the other hand, were good things. When they were boiled in soup, it tasted delicious. The soldiers were excited. The news was passed to each military camp, telling everyone that the first batch of things from the Yellow River had arrived. Damn, I've never seen oysters, clams, or cabbage in my life. In the end, Her Majesty sent them to the farthest place. We can continue to fight and occupy the 2 lakes. At that time, the fleet of the imperial court will continue to send us things. There's no need for the imperial court. We can build our own ships and transport against the current. Put a row of poles in the shallow water. No, the Yellow River passes through the valley. The current is not fast. It's easy to drain it down, but it can't come back. Who can figure out the ship and make dried meat? Give him 500 caddies and let his family eat for a few years. The Li family Zhuangzi of Chang and Bashui. The coupons we use are from there. 500 caddies won't last more than a few days. Forget it, I won't give it to him. He has more than 10,000 captives and is richer than us. Hurry up and find the craftsmen in the army to learn how to build ships. We can transport the baggage from the back. The soldiers who were working chatted happily under the light of the torches. Digging ditches and picking up soil was not so tiring. Guo Jiyun and Wang Juankui brought some people to check on the wounded. Their subordinates carried the burden. Some of the wounded were in so much pain that they woke up after a short nap. They had been injured when they saw the fallen Tubo and those who could not run. Of course, anyone who resisted was killed. There were also some who were originally injured, but after a simple suture, they followed along and ran. The enemy is driven away. They fall and are healed again. When they arrived at a tent, there were 4 people lying down on separated straw mats. The flame of an oil lamp flickered. "Provincial Governor, you said that the people from the imperial court are here." The 4 of them had just heard from someone else and were sitting there chatting. They were in pain and couldn't fall asleep. They came from Tang in 50 stone boats with 2 wheels. They can sail against the current. Guo Jiyun brought over a watermelon. Nowadays, watermelons were not big and were round. He pulled out his knife, scooped some water from the small tank beside him, and rinsed it before cutting the watermelon. "Try the cold melon they exchanged on the way. It's called watermelon now." Guo Jiyun divided half of the melon into 8 small portions. He gave one to each of the 4 wounded. He, Wang Juankui, and the 2 people carrying the burden also had one each. Everyone ate in small bites. They were not even willing to spit out the seeds. "Melons from the imperial magistrate," one of the wounded asked. "Melons from Mingsha County, Lanzhou. Melons from the imperial magistrate can't be eaten when they are sent over." Wang Juankui knew the variety of melons. "Can we grow melons in our area?" Another wounded man felt the melons were very sweet. He had a fever and the melons were cold. They were guaranteed to be delicious. Maybe. Guo Jiyun was not too sure. In fact, watermelons and cantaloupes were suitable in Liangzhou. It was Gansu. If one continued to the northwest, the melons in Xinjiang were also sweet. However, no one planted them. Just like grapes and cotton, there were very few grapes in the local area. Cotton was not planted at all. It was relatively dry and the sun was long. The temperature difference between day and night was large. The place was most suitable for growing melons and fruits. For example, wolfberries and jujubes were sweeter when planted. If there was a drought, the jujube trees could be watered slightly and the jujubes would taste the best. The 8 of them slowly finished the melons. Guo Jiyun was about to cut another melon when one of the wounded men stopped him. "Provincial Governor, send it to the other brothers. Those who are injured at the back need it more." The ones who were injured at the back were those who stayed behind. They were injured during the first battle and could not advance with the rest of the team. The other 3 wounded men nodded in unison. They knew that this was not a melon. It was confidence and strength. The Yellow River was open to navigation. As long as they stayed by the Yellow River, they would not lack supplies. Other than sending supplies, they could also move troops. They would not be alone by the Yellow River. "All right." Guo Jiyun agreed. He looked at the bandages of the wounded men and carried half a melon to the next tent. A group of fast horses set off. The men on the horses ran back with seafood, watermelons, and cantaloupes to deliver to the brothers behind them. They told them the good news. Some of them were seriously injured and could not hold on. When they heard the good news, they might come back to life. The stronger the desire to live, the higher the chance of survival. Li Yi felt this the most. Some people were seriously injured, but still wanted to live because they still had family members to take care of. In the end, they really survived. Some were not as seriously injured as the former. They tried to save them, but could not be saved. When the sun rose, the people on the 50 ships came back to life. After a good sleep, they started to drink mutton soup in the morning. They had slept on an empty stomach last night. They were surrounded by a circle of soldiers. They were not in a hurry to eat and watch them eat. The mutton soup given to them had the most meat and bread. Guo Jiyun and the others came over. They did not go through any handover procedures last night because these people could not hold on any longer. Now he wanted to ask where they were from. Reporting to Jidushi-gua, we are from the left guard. I am Commander Li Ku. Before Gua Jiun could ask, a person from Chang'an spoke first. He was the leader. Commander Li was a fifth-rank official. Oh, the people around them suddenly understood. No wonder these people looked strong and recovered quickly. It turned out that they were from the same system. They seemed to be closer. Were you tired from the journey? Gua Jiun asked the most important thing. I was not tired before. Later, when I reached Feng'an Army, I received a death order from Li Dongzhu. He asked us to overcome difficulties and send the things to the place as quickly as possible. Li Ku shivered as he spoke, as if he had recalled something bad. Li Dongzhu. Wang Junkui asked. Li Yi, Dongzhu of the Li family Zhuangzi in Bahui. Li Ku nodded. The others nodded. He can give you orders. A general beside them asked the question that everyone was puzzled about. Yes, he sent the winged knights to give us orders. When Minister of War Su Yi gave the orders, we would be lazy. When Li Dongzhu gave the orders, we had to fight. Li Ke emphasized that the orders were different. The Minister of War's orders were not as good as Li Yi's. No one impeached him. Another general asked. If he was impeached, he would have stayed in the Secretariat. Now he changed it back to the Secretariat. The 3 prime ministers will not allow anyone to impeach Li Yi. Li Ku told them some of the current affairs in the imperial court. Chapter 983. It was normal for Li Yi to give orders to Li Ku and the rest of the left guard. They agreed that Li Yi could mobilize any troops he wanted. Li Yi wouldn't rebel. He was busy improving the army's combat power, researching new weapons, and making money to buy delicious food for everyone. The soldiers of Hushi, provincial governor, were dumbfounded. How could they do this? Someone casually gave orders to the 16 guards and the winged knights. What was more terrifying was that the 16 guards even obeyed. The prime minister even helped block the impeachment memorials. Aren't you afraid he'll rebel? A soldier couldn't help but ask. After asking, he shrank back. He shouldn't have spoken. Rebel? Rebel against who? With the Li family Zhuangzi's distance, they can shoot a big sky monkey straight to Xingqing Palace. Does he need to mobilize troops to rebel? Rumble, rumble. Even the ministers and His Majesty are all gone. And everything is fine. Li Ku wanted to say that His Majesty and the Empress always brought the prince to stay at the Li family Zhuangzi. He knew about this. Sometimes His Majesty and the Empress would bring the child to the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Dongzhu was a divine doctor. It was easy for him to poison someone. Li couldn't want to tell the people at the border. What if someone was stupid enough to spread the news? There's a bigger sky monkey? The soldier who spoke just now couldn't help but ask again. Yes, it's called the second stage ignition. It can fly more than 10 miles. It's said to be 20 miles. I heard it's called an over-the-horizon strike. If the hot air balloon finds the enemy moving in a dense group, report the position and approximate distance below. Below, fire the sky monkey from 20 miles away. Li Ku knew what the soldiers at the border needed. Confidence. He provided them with some information. The Li family Zhuangzi was indeed researching it. Sure enough, everyone became nervous. They couldn't see the 2 sides from 20 miles away. Wang Junkui said, "Attack! Move above the 9 heavens." The generals knew that this sentence meant that those who were good at attacking could move above the 9 heavens. Won't the enemy be bullied to death? The soldier couldn't help but ask. The people at the side deeply agreed. The enemy was beaten up, and they didn't know where the attack came from, so it was impossible for them to fight back. Within 20 li, the scouts from both sides were killing each other and covering the battlefield. The main forces of both sides were gathering. Suddenly, a large number of sky monkeys fell from the sky, and the troops that had just gathered, the general who asked the question earlier, if that's the case, there will be no city in the world that can be defended. It's the same with the sky-scorching monkey attack now. Another general said, Once we're outside the city, if they don't surrender, we'll bombard the city and massacre them. He didn't care about the lives of the enemy's people, surrender or not. If they didn't surrender, they would blast the civilians and the enemy together. Especially in Tubo, they were both soldiers and civilians. Where were the common people? Since this is the case, everybody should guard the military stronghold and wait for a while. When His Majesty sends more sky monkeys, we will attack Tubo City. I don't want to be besieged by ants. The soldier couldn't bear it anymore. Anyway, no one was talking about him. All the soldiers smiled. Who the hell would be willing to climb other people's walls? Someone really died. If they wanted to fight, they would fight like this. The hot air balloons would go up and fly towards the enemy's battle formation. Then they would jump into the sky and bombard the enemy's battle formation. Once the enemy forces collapsed, they would be killed. Although there were casualties and injuries during the battle, it was still better than fighting directly. If that's the case, Li Yi can mobilize the troops. The general from earlier expressed his agreement. Li Yi had developed a good weapon, and it wasn't a rebellion. What was wrong with mobilizing the troops? If anyone was unconvinced, they could research it. Everyone, let's eat. We can't eat too much. Now that we're in the highlands, we're only half full. Li Dongzhu said that if we eat too much, we'll get a headache. If we fall sick here, we'll die. Seeing that no one was eating, Li Dongzhu advised everyone to stop watching. Let's eat, let's eat. Tubo left behind quite a lot of food. Highland barley rice isn't good. It's slippery in the mouth. There's also rice bran that hasn't been sifted. It's sore in the throat. It's good enough to have something to eat. What do the Tubo people who ran away eat now? The people around started to eat their own food. They didn't have any bread, so they ate the food they found in the cellar. They kept the better food for themselves and couldn't bear to eat it. The only group that ate a lot of meat was the group that was used to break through the enemy lines. They ate the best. However, they didn't eat so much meat today and shared it with others. When the camp was built, there was no need for them to break through the enemy lines. There was also a group of sky monkeys. Compared to the others, they were more happy that the imperial court sent things from the Yellow River. In a few days, there would be more bags of explosives and sky monkeys. They wouldn't have to break through the enemy lines. After breakfast, the people of Zuowei packed up and prepared to go back. They went back quickly and followed the current. When the wind was good, they raised the sails. Guo Jiyun wrote a letter and handed it to them. It was mainly to thank His Majesty and also to say what things were sent and the situation here. Even though there was already a report from a fast horse, he still had to write a more detailed report on the battle. The soldiers loaded the snow leopard skin, snow leopard bones, deer antlers, goat horns, fritillary, snow lotus, caterpillar fungus, suayang, and other things onto the ship. These things were found in the local cellars and empty houses. They were all medicinal herbs. They were probably going to Longyu to secretly exchange things with the Tang dynasty, but they were picked up by Guo Jiyun's troops. Normally, they should sell these things and then share them with everyone to compensate the families of their dead brothers. Now, they took them out and gave them to the people of Zuowei to bring back to His Majesty and the Li family Zhuangzi. Many people at the border had never seen dried oysters. How far was it from the seaside? The soldiers didn't eat the dried seafood themselves. They sold it at a high price. Li Ku and the others turned the ship around and waved to the people on the shore. They were washed away by the Yellow River. On Zeisika's side, there was a gloomy atmosphere. Everyone was very sad. They ran away and were chased by the enemy. They lost a lot of things, and some people were also lost. Zeisika wrote a letter to Zanpu. It was a battle report. He explained why the troops he led lost. He didn't think he was to blame. He worked very hard. Who would have thought that the enemy would play with the hot air balloons and sky monkeys? At the same time, he concluded that he would take the initiative to attack the next time he stood on the battlefield after a rest, even if he would suffer a great loss. That was what he thought when he wrote the letter. They couldn't give the enemy hot air balloons a chance to float slowly. They had to quickly enter the fighting phase. The infantry charged while the cavalry stayed in formation. Yes, the cavalry couldn't charge. The Tang army had mo sabers. Using cavalry to charge at mo sabers was a great loss. The letter was sent out and would take some time to reach. Tubo's relay station was 100 li, not 20 li like in the Tang dynasty, and not 10 li like in the current Tang dynasty. It was also not 10 li like in the current Li. The moans of injured soldiers could be heard from the camp. From time to time, there were people carrying the dead out to bury them. They didn't have anti-inflammatory herbs or analgesic herbs, and they also didn't have alcohol or suturing skills. Some people were injured, but they insisted on running far away. Their bodily functions declined, their wounds became infected, and they had a fever. They vomited after eating, and when they vomited, they foamed at the mouth and died. If I had known, I wouldn't have used the alcohol I bought on the hot air balloons. Zesikas had already understood the situation from Isinba's letter. Li had asked the soldiers to use alcohol to treat their wounds. It was said that it was very effective. Especially when they had just been injured, they could use alcohol to wipe the wounds and then sew them up so that they wouldn't continue to bleed. Fever was also rare. Even if they had a fever, they could use alcohol to cool down. Chapter 984. Some of the Tubo soldiers were injured by the explosive packs and the gunpowder of the skyscraping monkeys. Their skin was charred black and blisters appeared on their skin. If they were in the military forces of the Tang dynasty, they would break the blisters and apply medicine without bandaging the wounds, unless the area was too big. Then, they would drink anti-inflammatory medicine to treat the burns. If the skin was seriously damaged, they could only remove the wound, apply medicine powder, and wrap it with gauze. Under normal circumstances, they would not use alcohol, but wash it with salt water. When alcohol was applied to a large area of the wound, it would thicken under the scab. At that time, they would have to remove the scab again and again. After a long time, there would be a hole in that area. The best thing was actually iodophor. Oh, now it was oil, badger oil. Li could not make iodophor because the basic requirements were too high. Zesikas did not know these things at all. This was something only the Tang dynasty had. In fact, horse oil was also useful for superficial burns. Zesikas now found something more difficult. Arrows, the arrows used by the Tang dynasty soldiers. What kind of arrow was this? Why didn't it have a tail? It directly pierced into the body. If they wanted to take it out, they had to cut it open. It was impossible to pull it out. It had only been 2 days, but that area kept bleeding. Did the Tang dynasty have such a weapon? It was too wicked. Zesikas felt powerless and tired. He did not know what this arrow was called, but he knew it had no feathers. Yes, Guajin's team used wooden feather arrows. Li took them out. Moreover, the arrowheads were rusty. If Li used such a weapon, he would be criticized by others. For example, poison gas bombs and white phosphorus bombs. However, it was useless to criticize them. Those who should use them would use them. In order to win, they would do anything. When Li gave the manufacturing blueprint and told him how to use it, Li Qingqi decided to follow that method. If the rusty wooden feather arrow pierced into the body and was not taken out in time to clean the wound, the probability of infection was very high. The deeper the arrow pierced, the higher the probability. Now, someone had a fever because of the wound infection. It was not easy to take out the arrow. When the arrow was squeezed, pus and blood flowed out along the edge. When the Tubo soldiers saw this, their expressions changed. They were afraid that they would be hit by the same arrow. Barbed arrows were normal, and Tubo knew how to use them. However, this was the first time he had encountered an arrow that would disappear after it reached the back of a person. If there's no other way, let's sue for peace. Zesikas had already helped Zan Pu think of a solution. Wasn't there still Princess Jincheng? He could have Princess Jincheng write a letter to Li Longji, and then have Zan Pu lower his attitude and use the tone of a junior to ask for peace. Otherwise, this war really would not be able to continue. The other unit that was sent to attack huge stone city did not send back any news. It must be that the messenger had been intercepted and killed. Zaysi-Kaz's guess was right. Tubo's army, which had less than 40,000 men, was facing off against Ashina-Xian's 2 troops. Their supplies were still not arriving. They had already sent out at least 6 groups of people. The largest group was 30 riders, while the smallest group was 10 riders. One group was to check on the situation, while the other group was to go back and report. No matter which one it was, none of them returned. Then, just as Zhang Xiaosong had guessed, Tubo sent out a large number of cavalry to scout the surroundings. The difference was that they sent out less than 1,000 men, only 500. Even more cavalry were contending with Ashina-Xian's 2 troops. Ashina-Xian's and Karalu's troops had quite a number of cavalry. Tubo's generals did not dare to reduce their cavalry. Once they gave the enemy a chance, the enemy would definitely take advantage of it and attack the cavalry. On the battlefield, both sides were fighting spirit and courage. Even the infantry would charge over and use some strong archers to lure the enemy. Strong archers had a long range. When a rain of arrows fell, no matter how the shield bearers blocked, there would definitely be arrows that would miss. After the shield bearers blocked the arrows, they still had to charge back. If they did not charge, their morale would be gone. If they continued to passively defend, the defending side would be afraid to fight back. As long as the enemy had enough arrows, they would use up a bit of their strength each time. If this happened a few times, the attacked side would get used to not charging. Thus, both sides went back and forth, neither side gaining any advantage. The cavalry played in circles with each other. The difference was that Ashina-Xian's and Karalu's troops had a lot of supplies. At the same time, the Anshi Jidushi's troops had arrived. Once the difference in numbers was too great, any attack from any direction would cause the entire army to be in danger. Tubo grass grew on the ground and could be eaten by horses. There was not enough food and arrows, so they could only rely on the enemy's arrows. When it was time to eat, the non-combat troops would decrease in numbers. If they did not exercise, they would not be too hungry. At this point, Tubo's general knew that it was time to retreat. He could not hold on any longer. He had guessed that the supply route had been intercepted. What was even more terrifying was that no one came to report. How many soldiers did the enemy send? Every day that passed, the soldiers' stamina would decrease. Just as he was hesitating whether to give up a portion of his troops to cover the retreat, he finally received a crucial piece of information. 500 people went out and encountered a surprise attack from 5,000 people. They chased all the way, switching horses back and forth. Each of the 500 people rode 2 horses. At first, they could still outrun them. However, if they continued to chase and escape, the horses could not take it anymore. A portion of them gave up their horses to their comrades. They let their comrades run back to pass on the message while they turned around to fight. After a rain of arrows, the people who wanted to fight fell. The people who had more horses did not care about anything else. They just urged their horses to run. When one horse fell, they would switch to another. The people chasing could not keep chasing. Even if the horse did not carry people, it could not keep running forever. When they stopped, the horses ate the grass on their own. The soldiers fed the horses with barley as well as extra water. After resting for 2 hours, they would continue the chase. In the afternoon, the remaining few dozen Tubo cavalry finally met up with the main force. Tubo sent out a large number of cavalry to block them. Zhang Xiaosong's cavalry changed direction and shouted as they ran, "Tubo's 2 baggage caravans have been robbed by us. Tubo has no more supplies. Rumble, rumble, rumble." The 20,000 horses ran towards Ashina's troops. As soon as they arrived, the Anshi Jidushi's troops arrived. The cavalry moved forward and circled behind Tubo's troops to prevent the enemy from sending cavalry back to report the news. The generals on the battlefield cooperated well. They did not need to give orders. When they saw the situation, they would follow and assist. The generals of the early Kaiyuan period of the Tang dynasty were already so powerful. Any one of them would know how to fight. The unluckiest general in history during this period was Zhang Zhiyun. He was the one who surrendered and had his weapon confiscated. In the end, imperial censor Jiang Hui went to show the kindness of the Tang dynasty and gave the weapon back to the surrendered soldier. Then they betrayed each other. Zhang Zhiyun could not defeat them and was captured. At that time, Guojiyun, who was in the north, led his troops to beat up these surrendered households and rescued Zhang Zhiyun. Li Longji felt that Zhang Zhiyun had lost his teacher and humiliated the country, so he killed him. Zhang Zhiyun was wronged. I took back my weapon, and the imperial court sent people to return it. Then, of course, there was no such thing now. The surrendered soldier was not taken away by Li Yi. Zhang Zhiyun was still his vice protector general and was guarding there safely. Jiang Hui did not become a border patrol envoy. His brother Jiang Jiao joined the regiment. Chapter 985. What happened in history had not happened yet, and what happened now was not from history. In history, it was clearly Ashina Xian's troops that fought against the three sides of the enemy. Now, it had become Zhang Xiaosong's sneak attack. At the same time, the Anshi Jidushi also dared to attack. With the 5,000 cavalry shouting, the morale of Ashina Xian's troops was greatly boosted. On the other hand, Tubo's side shouted that their baggage was not robbed and would be here soon. When Tubo's soldiers heard this, they did not believe it at all. There were so many cavalry coming over. Baggage had not been seen these days. Could it be that those cavalry did not go to attack the logistics team? Even Tubo's new Songbing did not believe his commander's words. They were not like Li Yi's country on the other side of the world. They did not believe anything the higher-ups said. At least their intelligence was still online. Baggage could still come? Are you trying to fool a fool? At this moment, the 5,000 people who came over took out the flags they obtained from the two attacks and found the location of Ashina Xian's ballistae. They tied a few flags to the ballistae and aimed at the enemy. The ballistae landed on the empty space between the two sides. At the same time they shouted, "Two batches of baggage have been intercepted by our army. Look at the flags, is it true? Burn it, charge over, burn it." "No, it's fake," Tubo's commander shouted. Some people lit torches and rushed over. They did not even look and directly burned the flags. Then they pulled out the ballistae and ran back. Ashina Xian's troops and Karalu's general smiled. The Anshi Jidushi's generals were also in a good mood. "Burn, good job, burn it." Tubo's soldiers immediately understood everything. No more supplies. Tubo's commander wanted to vomit blood. The Tang soldiers were too evil. What should they do now? The Tang dynasty's side had many soldiers. The infantry began to move. They advanced from the left and right sides of Tubo's camp as if they were going to surround it. The Anshi Jidushi's cavalry left and did not block it. They cooperated and surrounded it. If they continued to block the escape route, Tubo's soldiers could only fight to the death. Now that they had given up, what would Tubo do? For a moment, the hearts of Tubo's team wavered. Some of them wanted to run, but they couldn't fight anymore. Others wanted to surrender. The number of Tang soldiers was several times greater than his, and there were so many cavalrymen that his side could not even fill their stomachs. If they stayed for a few more days, they would run out of food. Were they going to eat people? Commander Tubo's heart turned cold. He wanted to command his troops to attack and charge. However, the Tang army was the same as his side. They had built a military camp. Regardless of whether he used cavalry or infantry to attack the camp, it was a bad idea. Only if his own army was large enough to surround the Tang army's chain of military strongholds would he be able to charge in. If their own cavalry moved out, the Tang soldiers would have more cavalry to deal with them. When their infantry charged into the stronghold, the extra cavalry of the Tang army would be ready to pierce through from the flank. Both sides were competing in terms of mobility, initiative, numbers, logistics, and morale. As for the formation, was there still a need to look at it now? Even the war god would have to kneel. What array was useful? The number of soldiers was obvious. Hoping that the Tang dynasty generals would make mistakes? That was definitely a dream. Did they not see the flag signals on the hot air balloons? Maybe they would wait until the sky turned dark, and then no, the Tang soldiers were not stupid. If he was in their position, would he not be alert at night? He might even attack at night. No, there was no need to attack at night. He should attack now. As Tubo Commander thought about it, all the pores on his body opened up and his hair stood on end. Since he thought about it, the Tang generals naturally thought about it too. The drums sounded out, and Ashai Nisien and Karalu's archers formed up and advanced. The 5,000 cavalrymen that had just arrived chose horses with better stamina and galloped to the left and right. The Anshi Jidushi's MO sword soldiers roared. Ha! 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 Moving forward, the cavalrymen ran into the distance and were prepared to use the momentum to shoot arrows. Tubo Commander looked up at the sky. He knew that the attack had begun, just as he had thought. If they did not handle it well, the attack would become a strong attack. Behind them was a gap for their own people to escape. Once they started to run, they would be defeated and would be killed by the Tang army. Now, it was no longer a question of whether or not to leave behind the soldiers to cover the retreat. How could it be so easy to retreat when they were deep in the Tang dynasty? What was the use of the soldiers covering the retreat? The Tang soldiers did not attack the soldiers covering the retreat. They continued to surround them and win with numbers. The remaining 36,000 soldiers under his command could not escape. They did not have enough supplies, and many were still hungry. Surrender, will not kill, surrender, exchange for the people of the Tang dynasty. Exchange for the people of the Tang dynasty, surrender, 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 surrender. The Tang army began another psychological attack. They told the Tubo people that if they surrendered, they would exchange them for their people. In fact, they already had enough people, and there was no need for the Tubo soldiers to exchange. Wild geese in the sky. Line up, the river is long, the autumn grass is yellow. No one knew who started it on the Tang dynasty side, but many people began to sing the wild geese. The soldiers could not sing with overtones, and the pitch was not high either. Instead, it was low, and there was no singing technique. It was just plain singing. It was hoarse, unaccompanied, low and out of tune. It was obviously a single melody, but the singing had a harmonic effect. It was seriously out of tune. However, it was this kind of singing that touched people's hearts the most. Many Tubo soldiers were shaken. Some of them began to hum, and some of them even shed tears. Surrounded by geisha, besieged on all sides. The Tubo commander knew everything, but he could not find a way to break out of this situation. Surrender, surrender in exchange for the people. Surrender, surrender in exchange. Another group of people was calling for surrender. The infantry was advancing, and the cavalry was looking for an opportunity. A few more hot air balloons rose into the sky. It was not the same hot air balloon anymore, showing the Tubo that they had reserved their strength. Wild geese returned to the north. Take my thoughts, sing far away. Commander, surrender, I can't stand it anymore. A soldier threw down his weapon and shouted with tears on his face. The people around him looked at him and also threw down their weapons. Rumble, rumble. Hundreds of cavalry appeared in front of them. The cavalry was holding a package in his arms and a torch in his hand. The Tubo army, who already knew how powerful they were, could not help but retreat. Their formation was in a mess. They were afraid that these people would rush up and ignite that thing. Then, with a loud bang, their formation would be destroyed, and their horses would be frightened. The Tubo commander's tears flowed out. He felt aggrieved. The soldiers had lost their will to fight. They could still fight to the death. Surrender. The commander squeezed out a word from between his teeth. They could not fight anymore. We surrender, the messenger shouted. The Tubo soldiers who heard the voice also threw down their weapons and shouted in a mess. We surrender, don't kill. Weapons fell to the ground one by one, and people knelt down one by one. Tubo's army was tricked into surrendering. The people of the Tang dynasty were very surprised. Was it so useful? There was no need to fight anymore. The cavalry holding the package breathed a sigh of relief. They were actually holding ordinary packages, not explosives or grenades at all. They did not have that much. Their own army was not considered as trusted, so they did not give much. However, they believed that after this battle, their performance would be recognized by the emperor of the Tang dynasty, and there would be more things in the future. Chapter 986. Group after group of people walked out of the military stronghold and were separated. The Tang dynasty's Mo soldiers put down their Mo swords, picked up their Mo swords, and went in wearing heavy armor to continue to check. They looked to see if there were people hiding. If there were, they would catch them. Their armor was so thick that the enemy could not penetrate it with spears and swords. The Mo soldiers held the Mo swords as if they were toys. Tubo's cavalry dismounted and stood beside the horses. They lowered their heads and sighed. They could not run. The distance was too far into the Tang dynasty, and the Tang dynasty's cavalry would chase after them. One by one, they took off their armor. Their hands were empty and they were not tied. They were disrupted and separated. They had already lost their fighting spirit. The horses did not care. Not all horses were so loyal to their masters. Anyone could come and lead them. If they did not walk, they would take the opportunity to eat the grass on the ground. There were also some stallions. When they saw the Tang dynasty's mare, they trotted over. They raised their front legs and were about to do something, but they were knocked away by the stronger Tang dynasty stallion. They were almost bitten and immediately became obedient. The mare is in heat. Take it away. Quickly take it away. Go back and find a stallion. The Tang soldiers saw it and quickly took measures. They could not do it casually. There were stallions behind. The stallions were tall and good. The mare was led. She looked back at the stallion that knocked away the other stallions. She meant, "Are you following me?" The stallion wanted to go, but the reins were pulled. The stallion stared. When it saw the person pulling the reins, it lowered its head again. This won't do. I can't win. The Mo soldiers are taller than me. The key was their eyes. The Mo soldiers specialized in dealing with enemy cavalry. They knew horses very well. When the cavalry charged, the Mo soldiers' eyes were focused on how to cut the horse. Ordinary horses would be timid when they met this kind of gaze. It was like when a butcher went to pull a pig. The pig did not even dare to snort. The stallion rubbed its head against the Mo soldiers with a fawning look. Horses were actually quite smart. Occasionally, they would bully people and not let others step on the stirrups. But sometimes when a child wanted to ride a horse, the adults would help pull the reins, and the horse would not move. The horse also seemed to know that it was okay to not let the adults step on the stirrups. But if the child fell, the consequences would be very serious. Many adults were kicked by horses, but very few children were kicked by horses. Don't think that just because horses are livestock, they don't know anything, just like dogs. Occasionally, a family dog would bark at an adult, and the child would run over to play. The dog had to accommodate the child. There were also bites, and the consequences were, "Quick, inform Inspector Zhang that Tubo's main force has surrendered." Someone shouted. Then, dozens of riders rushed out to see what else Zhang Shaosong wanted to do. In truth, even the Anqi provincial governor couldn't control Zhang Shaosong, but Ashina's subordinates respected Zhang Shaosong even more. To be honest, this injury of yours requires surgery. Fortunately, there are no deep grooves left, which means that the deeper layers of the muscle tissue are not damaged. Now it's hyperplasia. The scar is hyperplasia, and it's higher than the rest of the skin on the face. After this surgery, it'll be fine to reduce the hyperplasia. The Li family Zhuangzi and Li Yi were looking at the patient's face. The person being looked at was Li Tsong, Li Longji's eldest son. His face was scratched by a monkey when he was hunting. 2 scratches were made, and then a scar appeared. The scratches weren't grooves, but scar hyperplasia after the injury. It was just a bulge. The 2 scratches were 2 strips. One was long and obvious, while the other was very short, like a lump. The color was about the same as the color of the skin, and it looked very sinister. Li Yi had equipment, including radiation equipment. He considered using surgery to remove the hyperplasia on the patient's face, and then try hormone intervention and radiation treatment. This kind of treatment was relatively easy. If there was a groove, it had to be supplemented and then skin grafted. The process was too complicated. Can it really be treated? Li, if you treat me this... Ahem. Empress Wang, who was holding her son, suddenly coughed. This one is your brother. Li Tsong's temples were sweating. Today, Empress Wang, his mother, brought him over to treat the wound on his face. He almost blurted out the words, this king. Empress Wang introduced him as a relative and asked Li Yi to take a look. If he said, this king, what would Li Yi do? Pretend he didn't hear? Empress Wang guessed that uncle would pretend to be absent-minded. At least 3 years, not 3 years of surgery. It's skin color. I'll operate on you, and then go through the follow-up steps, including hormone medicine. I have to exchange my life for it. I don't need surgery. That's my ability. The color will gradually change, and then I'll use horse ointment to slowly rub it in the sun. At most 3 years, at least 2 years. Are you willing? Li Yi said as he reached out to take the little fellow. The little fellow kept reaching out to Li Yi for a hug in his mother's arms. In Li Yi's arms, the little fellow looked at the scar on his brother's face with wide eyes and poked his head forward. Huff, huff, it doesn't hurt. He blew on it carefully. It was as if the scar would disappear after he blew on it. Li Tsong was actually a child, but he was more sensible. He was born in 706, and his nominal age was 12 this year. Li Yi was a 12-year-old child in the 5th grade of primary school. There was school bullying, but it was more fun. For the imperial family, Li Tsong knew a lot. He also wanted to be the crown prince. He thought his brother Li Ying would be the crown prince, but his mother gave birth to a son. He heard that his mother couldn't have children before because Li Yi gave her medicine. If the scar on his face could be healed, then he still couldn't fight for the crown prince. The 12-year-old Li Tsong understood these things. He knew everything. The crown prince was the little brother who blew on his wound. But this little brother was really cute. He saw him a few times and blew on the scar every time. Let's not move, okay? I'll give you ice cream later, Li Yi said to the little fellow. Okay, I'll give it to my brother too. The little fellow smiled at Li Tsong, meaning I'll get ice cream for you. Li Yi continued to look at Li Tsong's scar. Fortunately, you're still young, and your body is still developing. This injury won't leave a big scar. Li Yi didn't say there wouldn't be a scar. That was a lie. He guaranteed there would be a scar, but it was just subtle. It couldn't be seen under normal circumstances. With a magnifying glass, it was different. If the child in front of him didn't have a scar, he would be quite handsome, a little Shota. Li Tsong nodded vigorously. When is the operation? You'll live in Zhuangzi. I'll adjust your diet first. It won't take more than 10 days. Then you learn something from me. I'll teach you. It's mainly about the local people's livelihood, Li Yi said to Li Kong. He had to adjust his diet first, or else it would be easy for scars to grow. Local people's livelihood? They all say you know how to rule a country. Li Tsong asked casually. Empress Wang narrowed her eyes. Li Longji turned his head. There are also ways to rule a country. You're not suitable to learn. You're too old. If you want to teach, you should teach our little Tsong, all right? Li Yi said with a casual smile. Yes. The little fellow looked up and smiled at Li Yi. He liked to stay in Li Yi's arms. There was an inexplicable sense of security. He couldn't explain it. In fact, it was Li Yi's temperament. Li Yi had confidence. That kind of confidence was not obvious to adults, but children were sensitive. Empress Wang's narrowed eyes turned into peach shapes. Li Longji also turned his head. Chapter 987. Good news, great victory in 9 bends, make way. Good news! The sun slowly set in the west. In the afterglow of the sunset, 5 horses were galloping, and the people on the horses were shouting. The people on the road made way in advance. Their eyes followed the movement of the troops, and they turned to look at the others with joy. Another great victory in 9 bends. Where was 9 bends? It's going to be a sunny day tomorrow. A passerby looked up at the charming sunset and said with a smile. The cavalryman who reported the news rushed into Chang and city and shouted in the middle of the road. Bai Gu and the others, who were about to get off work, heard the sound and quickly went to find the person. They knew where 9 bends was. It was closer than huge Stone City. The courier probably took 2 days to get back. This speed was good. Xiao Yi's 10 Li relay station. If someone else came up with the idea and found a way to make the relay station not lose money, they would at least get a 5th rank merit. Bai Gu told the truth. There were still livestock sent out by the Li family Zhuangzi in the relay station. Xiao Yi always had a way to solve a problem when she raised it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned it. 3rd rank. Su Yi thought that 5th rank was low. The relay station could make money, and it was convenient for the people. The people could find a place to rest after walking 10 Li merchants needed the relay station more. Before dark, they could rest at the relay station and feed the horses, mules, and donkeys pulling the carriages. At that time, there would be no robbers on the official road. The relay station was too close, and if people in the caravan ran to the relay station to call for help, would the robbers dare to kill the courier? If they were caught robbing merchants, they would be killed. If they killed the courier, their families would not be able to live. Thinking about this, Su Yi smiled. The more caravans there are, the more the relay station earns. The Ministry of Revenue is rich. Where will the Ministry of Revenue get the money? The money will be given to Her Majesty and the Li family Zhuangzi to make a profit. Bai Gu was most unwilling to hear about money. The Li family Zhuangzi was exempt from all taxes. They said that they could only continue to collect money when the tax revenue was equal to the money donated by Li. Bai Gu knew that Xiao Yi would continue to donate. Song Jing didn't say anything, but his expression was a little ugly. Fighting a war was such an important thing, but he couldn't get any credit. When the common people talk about the war, they will first mention the Li family Zhuangzi. After praising Li Yi, praising His Majesty, praising His Majesty, praising the generals, praising the generals, praising the generals, praising the generals, then going home to eat something good to celebrate. No one praised the Prime Minister. How depressing would it be for the Prime Minister to leave his name in the annals of history after a great victory? As the 2 of them chatted, the 3 of them found the informant. The informant was in a good state of mind. It had been less than 2 days and 2 nights, more than 4 hours. After the battle in Juku during the day, they set off with Guojin's military report before noon. The 5 of them sat there, enjoying the service of the eunuchs massaging their legs and the palace maids serving soup. The palace maids could not rub his legs. Once they did, the soldiers would have a reaction and would not be able to control themselves. No need to stop. The 3 of them came in and saw that the eunuchs had stopped fawning. Song Jing motioned for them to continue. The 5 of them were about to stand up and salute when Bai Gu waved his hand. No need. Su Yi went to receive the battle report. He was the Minister of War. He looked at the lacquer seal. It was intact. He took out a knife and cut it open. A great victory, indeed a great victory. We killed many enemies and captured many prisoners. We can exchange them for the people of the Tang dynasty who were taken away. After reading it, Su Yi handed it to Song Jing. Song Jing read it again and then handed it to Bai Gu. Hot air balloons, packs of explosives, and skyscraping monkeys. They directly broke up the formation of Tubo Zesika's troops. It's money. Bai Gu knew the cost of production, not counting the labor costs. The imperial court sent people to transport the gunpowder and sulfur, which were then sent to the Li family Zhuangzi. Charcoal was not needed. The Li family Zhuangzi burned it themselves. It was said that they wanted to purify it. The gunpowder and sulfur were not money? After the explosion, the money was gone. After Bai Gu said this, he immediately added, "Of course. No matter how much money is spent, it's not as important as the lives of the soldiers." He realized that he could not be stingy about the money. The soldiers who delivered the news were here. Li Longji came in at this time. Everyone greeted him. He did not take the battle report from Bai Gu and sat directly in front of the 5 people. "How are the casualties of our army?" Your Majesty, answering Your Majesty's question. No, not at all. The soldier who Li Longji looked at was excited and trembled all over. The soldier next to him said, "We will be careful next time. This time when we were chasing, there were still Tubo people who dared to resist. Your Majesty, when we blew up the front lines, the Tubo people were defeated. When the first batch of hot air balloons flew over, the Tubo commander, Zesikas, was running all over the place. However, we blew up the rear lines of his army. I don't know how much money we spent. If the imperial court does not have enough money, we can charge." The soldiers all spoke out. As soon as the soldier who said that he wanted to charge finished speaking, Li Longji said, "No matter how much money is spent, it's not as important as the lives of our brothers. I have money. I have money." Bai Gu knew that the soldier heard what he said and felt guilty that he did not have enough money. Money could be earned. If he did not have the ability to earn money, he was not afraid. He could look for Shao Yi. Li Longji said gently, "Did you meet the winged knights on the way?" The 5 nodded. "Yes, we saw them. There were 2,000 of them. They made way for us. They sent us diesel and dynamite packs. There were also 2 faster boats carrying skyscraping monkeys." Li Longji explained the situation. Every winged knights brought 1 dynamite pack and 50 caddies of diesel. Li Yi gave them 3 days, and they estimated that they would arrive in less than 3 days. They were sent to the front. There was a long stretch of road that was not easy to travel. The horses needed to rest. Li Longji told them the numbers, and the 5 soldiers looked at each other happily. "Your Majesty, that's too much. With 2,000 dynamite packs, we can blow the Tubo army 1,000 miles away. With 100,000 caddies of diesel, the hot air balloons can fly freely. Your Majesty, how much money did you spend? For mining and transportation, the imperial court made 1 dynamite pack, 50 caddies of diesel, and 200 caddies of diesel. For each dynamite pack, the Li family Zhuangzi contributed 1 dynamite pack, 50 caddies of diesel, and 100 caddies of diesel." Li Longji gave a rough estimate. There were some discrepancies. It depended on the transportation time and the difficulty of mining. The dynamite packs needed to be purified and detonated. It took a lot of time and effort to make them. For diesel distillation, it needed to be burned, packed in iron drums. The depreciation of the equipment was not included. When the iron drums were empty, they could still be used to fill water for the troops. Li Dongzhu contributed money. The person who stuttered before was no longer stuttering. Instead, his voice was trembling. Li Yi has always been thinking about the soldiers at the border. The Li family Zhuangzi has some savings. Li Longji nodded. Bai Gu secretly curled his lips. He admitted that Shao Yi contributed a lot of money. However, when the oil was shipped, it was not only diesel and gasoline. There were also paraffin and asphalt. Kerosene was being sold, paraffin was also being sold, and asphalt was being made into linoleum paper. This included those who had gasoline lighters. They also bought gasoline. Li Yi did not spend money to buy the oil. The imperial court collected it and sent it directly to Zhuangzi. The money spent was definitely not as much as the money earned. Bai Gu knew, but he could not say it out loud. The soldiers did not know. They were all touched. It turned out that Li Dongzhu had always been contributing. When he went back, he had to tell the provincial governor to use the weapons well. He could not just throw them around. Otherwise, he would be letting down Li Dongzhu. Chapter 988. Giddy up. Steady, don't rush. Li Dongzhu said, 3 days, but it doesn't have to be 3 days. The road ahead is not good. Let's rush forward now and dismount when we reach the dangerous place. While Li Longji was talking to the 5 soldiers who reported the news, the 2,000 winged knights were running on the road. The sky they saw was also sunset, but due to the rotation of the earth, their sky was still relatively bright and not dark. In order to rush through the last part of the road, there were no relay stations, and the Longyu Jidushi was at the front. It was about 3,000 meters above sea level, and the climate of the plateau was cold at night. There were many wild beasts and insects in the mountains. As for the road, it was narrow and could only pass through things that were 4 feet wide. If it was a carriage that was more than that, one of the wheels of the carriage had to be carried on the mountain wall, and the things on the carriage had to be carried by people and animals. This road was already considered good. It was dug out by the people of Longyu with the help of the soldiers. They tied ropes to their bodies and hung in the air. They dug holes in the stone mountain wall, stuffed wood, and added wedges. There was a plank road supported by wood. They couldn't carry too many people and things at once, or the bottom wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was a military road. If it was a civilian road, it would be nailed to the cliff with ropes. There was only a foot-wide road below, so they could only walk. They grabbed the ropes and tried not to look outside, only staring at their feet. The winged knights were indeed not in a hurry. They wouldn't be able to reach in 3 days unless they didn't care about casualties. It wasn't a war, and they were just delivering things. Li Dongzhu said, 3 days to reach Liangzhou. We've passed Liangzhou and lit a torch at night. We'll be there tomorrow morning. Some soldiers understood Li Yi's words. Otherwise, how could they go? There were so many horses. In fact, they weren't wrong, because Li Yi wasn't sure how fast they could go. He said 3 days, 5 days was possible. The sky gradually darkened, and the team lit torches. The horses weren't tied to each other, and the people didn't put the reins on their wrists when they grabbed them. They were afraid that the horses would rush out and implicate the other horses and people. The horses were more adapted to the plateau climate and didn't have altitude sickness. Some of the winged knights were uncomfortable, but they could persevere. Their training volume, alternating between aerobic and anaerobic exercises. This included barehanded climbing, diving, and hot air balloon release. When the hot air balloon flew, it would not only cover a distance of 3 kilometers, but they would also learn how to parachute and hang glide. Under the dim light of the night, the soldiers hurried forward cautiously. The horses also knew that they could not fall off and tried their best to stay close to the mountain wall. The Li family Zhuangzi, Li Kong. More accurately, he should be called Li Tan. He was now Prince Qing. His official position was the Protector General of the Anqi Protectorate, but in reality, he didn't care about anything. He had no say in this matter. Li Yi performed an operation on Li Tan. He removed the small scar, bandaged it, applied hormones, and strictly controlled his food intake. You'll be able to see the specific recovery after changing the dressing in a few days. At that time, you can't stop using external medicine and hormones. Li Yi said to Li Tan, who was sitting opposite him. Li Tan always wanted to reach out and touch the scar on his face. It had become a habit. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would touch it. He was not in a good mood. He was not old, and he also liked to look good. With the scar on his face, he knew that he had no fate with the position of crown prince. For a child, this kind of pressure was not something that an ordinary person could bear. However, Li Tan persevered until he was sent to the Li family Zhuangzi. He now understood that even if he recovered, he would not be able to become crown prince. His younger brother had already been decided. Unless Li Tan rejected this idea. The consequences of his younger brother's death were too severe. Moreover, this younger brother looked quite cute. At most 3 years, right? Li Tan felt that time was passing too slowly. He wished that he could close his eyes and open them again. 3 years had passed. Li Yi could see this and said with a smile, "Time will always pass. When you're young, You hope that you can grow up quickly. When you really grow up, you want to go back to when you were young. However, we shouldn't always think about one thing. While we wait, there are many more beautiful things waiting for us to discover and explore. Do you know what kind of person your enemies fear the most? Do you know what kind of person deserves the respect of others? Li Dongzhu, please teach me. Li Tan resisted the urge to touch his face and asked Li Yi for advice. Tenacity, the tenacity of the heart. No matter what setbacks you encounter, you will not bow to fate. No matter how much pressure you are under, you will not kneel. All those who commit suicide are cowards. They only think about one thing and never have another goal. A true expert can always find something that fills him with confidence. Even if it is farming, he can do it better than others. Even if he is penniless and beggars, the strong can still get more food than other beggars. Life is a war. There are few victories and many defeats. If you lose, you can't take things easy and die. How can you have a chance to win? Li Yi was clearing the way for Li Tan. He noticed that Li Tan was slightly autistic. It was caused by his injuries. He did not dare to see others. When he went out, he would put on makeup and even wear a bamboo hat and lower his head. What can I do? Li Tan's eyes lit up. Study. You have better grades than others. Exercise. You have more strength than people your age. Of course, don't exercise these days. Li Yi guided him. He was now a psychiatrist. He had seen a good child psychiatrist. They were really awesome. Back then, the living conditions in society were not very good. Parents took their children to see a doctor. The main thing was to see if there was any illness. The child did not like to talk all day and was not even willing to go to school. His grades were very poor. The doctor he met was a child psychiatrist. He asked about the family situation and looked at the patched shoes and clothes the child was wearing. He talked to the parents, and the parents paid for new clothes and shoes. However, they did not let the child wear them because they were too big. He needed to be 2 or 3 years older. From then on, the child was willing to go to school. His grades improved rapidly. The reason was that the child had low self-esteem. He felt that he did not dress well and was embarrassed. He was afraid that others would say that his clothes and shoes were old. When he had the clothes and shoes that he could not wear for the time being, his thoughts changed. The child considered that it was not that he did not have them. He did not wear them. It did not matter what he wore now. He had good ones. They were beautiful. Li knew that adults were like that too. With 10 million at home, adults did not have to live extravagantly like others. Because they had money, they had confidence in their lives. People who spent the same amount of money did not have the same amount of savings. In fact, everyone's expenses were about the same. This was the key to thinking. Those who could change their minds were not ordinary. They had to have a strong mentality to succeed. Right now, he wanted to motivate Li Tan and give Li Tan a belief that he could be better than many people and to work hard. Li Tan did not know that he was receiving treatment. He thought that it was just a chat. When he heard Li Yi's words, he had an idea. Li Dongzhu, I'm actually good at drawing. Li Tan found his own strengths. Really? That's great. I have a new drawing idea. Let's think about it together. Li Yi immediately said, Okay. Li Tan nodded vigorously. Chapter 989. Li Tan slept soundly. When he woke up the next morning, his spirit was different from before. He couldn't smile because of the wound on his face, but his eyes looked brighter. After eating and changing his dressing, he sat down to read. He read the textbook that Li Yi had written for the children in Zhuangzi. If he encountered something he didn't know, he would ask the other older children and learn from them. In the past, he hated it when others looked at his face. He always felt that they were looking at his scar. Now, when the children in Zhuangzi asked him, curiously, why there was a gauze on his face, he would tell them generously. He would say that he was scratched by a monkey while hunting, and the scar was very scary. When he went to Li Dongzhu said that it would be healed in 3 years. The children in the manor assured him that Dongzhu was right and that it would be better to wait. Li Dan and noble consort Lu saw this and smiled. Xiao Yi's medical skills can not only cure diseases, but also the heart. Tan, or this is good. The eunuchs and palace maids in the palace will be beaten less. Noble consort Lu sighed. The people who served Li Tan would always be beaten. After being beaten, they could only endure it. Who could they complain to? Everyone knew that the eldest son was in a bad mood, but the beatings were usually very light. When he said that he would beat them dozens of times, the people who were beaten understood and would gesture. If Li Tan said to beat them to death, they would go work elsewhere. If they couldn't be beaten to death, who would be willing to serve him in the future? For example, some eunuchs who had lost their family members wanted to live and be promoted. If they were beaten to death, they would rather do it first and kill Li Tan first, than commit suicide. Now Li Tan had changed. He was no longer impatient when he spoke and didn't care if others stared at his face. Just look, he would get better. More importantly, Li Tan wanted to be stronger than others in a certain aspect. This strengthened his confidence. Li Dan smiled and nodded. Yuan Shu will have a better life in the future. She won't be bullied by Li Yi. Yuan Shu hasn't been here for the past few days. What is she doing? Noble consort Lu missed Princess Yongmu. Raising insects. Li Dan knew. Bring this leaf over and put it in front. There are fewer insects in front, so the moths will lay their eggs here. In Zhuangzi, Princess Yongmu was looking for insects with a magnifying glass. The heavenly bean moth had already laid eggs. Then a little bug appeared. It was like a silkworm, very small. Some bean sprouts had a lot of worms, while some had none at all. He needed to pluck the leaves and place them on the leaves over there. As he ate, the worms would settle down. The neighbors watched and learned. They did not have a magnifying glass, so they could only look carefully. They didn't have any outside land at home, so they would ask their neighbors for insects. When they got home, they would pick cowpea leaves from the yard and feed them to them. Then they would go and pick their neighbors' cowpea leaves. The Li family Zhuangzi had quoted the price in the newspaper. It was 30 yuan per caddy of beanworms. For the people, it was a sky-high price. They needed to raise them well and more. Earthly Paradise also quoted the price. They asked for beanworms, 1 yuan per caddy, the kind that had 50 heads. Beanworms were generally about 10 grams. One caddy was 660 grams, so 60 beanworms were enough. 50 for a caddy, which was bigger than other beanworms. Earthly Paradise pursued a gimmick. They wanted to tell others that their worms were the best. They wanted to sell them to them at a price. Other restaurants also advertised in advance that they wanted to buy worms. It was at least 5 yuan more expensive than the Li family Zhuangzi. If it was only 1 yuan more expensive, the people would not sell to the restaurants. They would sell to the Li family Zhuangzi. The people would rather earn less and go to the Li family Zhuangzi to sell a batch. They would also drink some soup and chat with the farmers of the Li family Zhuangzi. The people were not stupid. They knew why the current price was set. If the Li family Zhuangzi did not offer a price, others would not raise the price. Everyone look. We have found the natural enemy of the beanworms. We have to deal with it in time. Sprinkle some quicklime in the furrows. Also, there are birds. It's best to use them as scarecrows. Also, take a bamboo ring to catch spiders. Spiders also eat beanworms, especially big spiders. It's the kind of ring we use to catch dragonflies. Take the spiders away and throw them into the water or trample them to death. Princess Yongmu took a small snail from a bean leaf. This snail secreted something that was harmful to the beanworms. She put it in a small basket to feed the chickens. The neighbors saw it in the newspaper. Now they were looking at the actual operation to avoid mistakes. For them, the most difficult thing to guard against were birds, especially sparrows. Sparrows ate a lot of worms. The newspaper introduced the nets used to hang sparrows and asked the people to use the nets to catch sparrows. There were so many sparrows that they would not be caught. They were only used to protect the fields. In the Tang dynasty, who dared to say that sparrows were protected birds? The people could beat them to death. If you want to protect them, you can protect them. You can come to my field and help me chase the sparrows away." The people also caught the sparrows and then ate them. In the past, the people did not know how to make nets to catch sparrows. It cost too much to make nets for sparrows. Now there were water nets. When they were not catching sparrows, they could use them to catch fish. If the net was smaller, it could be used as a net bag. Princess Yongmu walked in the bean field. She was wearing a bamboo hat. The back of her hand was scratched, but she was very happy. Some people weren't just happy now, but shocked and pleasantly surprised. Guo Jiyun got up early in the morning and walked around the military camps to check on the construction progress. The main thing was to dig the trenches deeper and wider so that the enemy would not fill them up easily. With the trenches, the horses could not charge over and the infantrymen could not jump so far. As for jumping into the trenches and then climbing up, they would know the result after trying it. The people on the trenches would hold shields and use their spears to stab the trenches. Tomorrow, open up the place by the river and let the water out. Then, the brothers can rest for a few days. Tubo can't attack and their morale is too low. Guo Jiyun said to the soldiers, digging the trenches and building the trenches. As he spoke, the hot air balloons in the sky signaled that they had discovered the situation. 25 miles to the east, their troops had appeared. They were about 2,000 people, and each person was riding 3 horses. The scout's horse ran out. In less than an hour, the scout and the other party came back together. The nearby soldiers stood on the top of the military camp and watched. Those who had binoculars were using them. There was a flag raised, feather flying. Feather naturally meant Yulin. It meant that they were the wings of the country, as flourishing as the forest. Flying represented speed and willpower. It was fast. The definition of a soldier was light cavalry. Seeing the winged knights coming over, the soldiers were excited. His Majesty had sent people over. There should be 2,000 people. If the 2,000 winged knights were used well, they could become the Tubo people's nightmare. They had long known that the winged knights were the best at shooting. They were accurate and far. Guo Jiyun and Wang Juankui stepped forward to welcome them as the sound of horses galloping could be heard. The group of people slowly stopped their horses. 2 of them stepped out of the stirrups and pressed their hands on the horse's back. Their bodies floated to the ground. This was less of a burden on the horse than stepping on the stirrups and landing on the ground. The winged knights also needed to use this. The leader of the winged knights saw Guo Jiyun's clothes and walked over. He saluted. Fan Fan, commander of the winged knights, has delivered 2,000 packs of explosives and 50,000 kilograms of diesel oil to General Guo. The soldiers, led by Guo Jiyun, immediately fell silent. They stared blankly at the horses and the things on their backs. Chapter 990. Are you tired? Guo Jiyun asked Fan Fan after a while. Fan Fan shrugged and smiled. It doesn't matter. We are the winged knights, not ordinary people. The other winged knights were already in formation. They didn't care about the climate of the highlands. The training they had received was unbearable for ordinary people. They had persevered through it. After such training, marching and dealing with the climate was no longer a problem. They could get on their horses and attack now. There was no need for them to rest. Good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Majesty. Guo Jiyun grinned. The other soldiers laughed as well. 2,000 packs of explosives. Oh my God, Your Majesty is so considerate. You know what we need. Quickly cook for the brothers of the feathered forest flying cavalry and kill the sheep. Wang Juankui quickly ordered. No need to kill the sheep. It's too troublesome and slow. Do you have a pot? We brought canned food. Put the rice and wild vegetables in and stew them together. Fan Fan refused. They could eat after the sheep were killed. Lunch? Yes, slow, quick. Help find wild vegetables and mushrooms. Don't look for poisonous mushrooms. Don't pick those you don't know. Wang Juankui ordered again. Boom! The soldiers spread out to look for wild vegetables and mushrooms. The mushrooms grew on the ground. They knew which wild vegetables were edible and let their brothers have a meal first. They set up the pot and burned some firewood below to get water from the river. The highland barley rice was poured in to cook. Guo Yun said, "The rice in the high places is cooked. Let's boil it and heat it up." "I know. The higher the altitude, the lower the air pressure. The temperature of the water is not high enough, so we usually fry it or fry it." Li Dongzhu said he was researching the pressure cooker. As long as the sealing problem was solved, it could be used to steam rice. Li Dongzhu said it could be sealed with a buckle or screw, and then add an exhaust valve. Actually, the pot used for disinfection in the farmstead is already in use, but that pot is too big. The owner wants to get a smaller pot. Of course. Fan Fan knew the theory behind it. He had studied it quite a bit. The people in the highlands only knew that food and meat could not be cooked if it was too high up, but they did not understand the principle. Fan Fan had learned it. Wasn't it just a matter of pressure? Now that the water in the pot was boiling, the temperature wasn't high enough, so he had to make do with it. Li Yi knows how to do this. Guo Zhiyun was a little regretful. He regretted that he didn't study hard. He came from the Guo clan of Taiyuan, a large clan. Since he was young, his body had always been strong. He could eat and fight, and none of the children of the same age in the clan could beat him. Naturally, he also knew some literary things, including music. However, he did not take the imperial examinations and was directly assigned an official position. He was very good at fighting and was also very smart. He could always win battles. Only now did he realize that sometimes the power of knowledge was too powerful. If he had studied hard when he was young, he might have been able to come up with something. He did not know that he was thinking too much. The pressure cooker looked simple, but one had to have the thought process. No matter how hard he tried, it was impossible for him to reach Li Yi's level. Li Yi and he were not from the same era. When the water boiled, the wild vegetables and mushrooms were brought over. Don't put the mushrooms. Blanching fresh mushrooms is useless. In the future, remember to dry the mushrooms before eating or stir-fry them. Add some oil. Fan Fan refused to eat the mushrooms. He was afraid of being poisoned to death. The water temperature was not high enough, and the mushrooms were fresh. Who knew which of these mushrooms would cause problems? Everyone heard that. In the future, the mushrooms will be handled according to General Fan's instructions. Guo Zhiyun immediately passed the message. He understood that it was not Fan Fan who knew. It must be Li Yi who told him. When the water boiled again, the winged knights took out the canned food. The canned food was in a thick bamboo tube. Canned braised lean meat, pork. Canned lean meat was used to replenish protein. The winged knights needed protein intake. Fat was not the first thing that the human body consumed. When losing weight, the first thing that was consumed was protein, followed by fat. Therefore, Li Yi's military canned food usually had more lean meat, especially canned chicken. The protein content of chicken was higher than that of pork. Another point was that the canned pork was related to ethnic issues. Some ethnic groups did not eat pork. Red braised meat was red braised meat. The canned food made by the Li family zhuangzi was cooked. As soon as it was put into the pot, the fragrance wafted out. "General Fan, do you usually eat this?" Some soldiers were envious. The winged knights were treated well. No one likes to eat canned food. It can't be helped when we are outside. In Chang, and the food we eat is much better than this. Fan Fan shook his head. He had stayed in the Li family zhuangzi since he returned to Chang. What did the Li family zhuangzi eat? How could mere canned food compare? Oh, the soldiers at the border were a little disappointed. They were guarding the border, but their food was not as good as that of their brothers in Chang. And Li Dongzhu is working hard to build a ship. According to what we know about Li Dongzhu's character, as long as the transportation can keep up, he will send you better things. Your cotton-padded clothes were given by Li Dongzhu, and there are also canned fruits, hardtack, and meat floss. Li Dongzhu is more anxious than everyone, but he has to take it slowly. Everything will be better. Li Dongzhu is willing. Fan Fan felt the emotions of the people around him, so he comforted them. The winged knights took out the leftover canned food and piled it on the side. They would go back after delivering the food and would not help in the battle. On the way here, they only ate dry biscuits, hardtack, and meat floss. They did not even touch the canned food. They felt that it did not matter if they ate a bite less. When they went back, they could eat as much as they wanted in the Li family Zhuangzi. Of course, in the Li family Zhuangzi, they still had to learn a lot of troublesome knowledge and undergo high-intensity training. After the food was cooked, the winged knights used the canned food to scoop it up and ate slowly. General Fan, is your archery accurate? Is it as accurate as us Jadushi? A soldier standing at the side asked. Let's eat together. There's a lot of food and we can't finish it. You guys find your own food. We're all right. Our daily training is very tough, Fan Fan said. Immediately, the other winged knights followed up. Li Dongzhu is simply not human. How can he shoot 500 arrows in a day? He requires that the target within 50 steps must be within the 8th ring. I dream of archery. Sometimes I dream of 3 consecutive shots hitting the 6th ring. I wake up in fright. I have to carry 40 kilograms of stuff and run 10 li cross country. Then I have to do 30 push-ups. Then I have to pick up a bow and shoot a human target. There's also the armed swim. The most helpless part is that Li Dongzhu leads the armed swim. He's a good swimmer. Li Dongzhu already said that this is nothing. Because of the limited conditions, he did not give us the team's anti-drowning training. You probably don't know about the anti-drowning training. Some people are already doing it. They are too strong. They tie their hands behind their backs and their legs and throw them into the water. They need to adjust themselves to float and breathe quickly. At the same time, they need to relax. They can't be nervous. The key is to move forward. Do you know what it means to move forward? In that state, you have to swim to the shore. The winged knights complained as if they had a bitter feud with Li Yi. The soldiers on the front lines, they felt a chill run down their spines. How could such a good Li Dongzhu do something so inhumane? Chapter 991. While Guo was feeling sad for the winged knights, he suddenly thought of the wounded. Go and fill the bowls with food for the wounded. 2 years ago, the food that the wounded soldiers ate was actually the worst of all, especially those who had lost their ability to fight or could not fight in the future. They would give them the worst food. Of course, the best food was given to the main force so that they would have the strength to fight in battle. But now the rules had changed. The wounded soldiers were given good food, and the wounded needed nutrition. That way, the soldiers would be more willing to fight. One reason was that they had alcohol and suturing skills, and the other reason was that the food was good for recovery. Everyone went to fill the bowls and give the wounded soldiers more food. There was canned meat. General Fan, you usually eat so well. Can you get used to the food now? Another soldier asked curiously. He felt that the winged knights ate good food every meal, so they probably could not eat anymore. In fact, it seemed that the winged knights did not care about eating wild vegetables and barley rice. Fan Fan took a sip of soup. Get used to it? Li Dongzhu told us to eat snakes, toads, and insects raw in the swamps. The person next to him said, rats, cockroaches, worms, scorpions, and centipedes all have to be eaten raw. Li Dongzhu said that we would get sick if we ate these things raw, so he gave us medicine. Have you drunk urine before? We have all drunk it before. Li Dongzhu, stop talking and eat. It's all in the past. The winged knights complained again. It was almost time for the grievance gathering. Guo Jiyun's face suddenly turned pale. He knew that the winged knights would not lie, but how could Li Yi, the onlooking soldiers, saw Li Yi as a demon in their minds? At the same time, they looked at the winged knights in a different light. It turned out that not only could they eat good food, they could also overcome difficulties that ordinary people could not. As they were eating, the hot air balloons signaled that there were about 1,000 cavalry coming from Tubo. The scout came back and reported, "They are bare-chested, but they have bows." The winged knights put down their cutlery and stood up. "Their morale is low, so they ran over to challenge us. Brothers!" Fan Fan shouted to his men. At the same time he took off his shirt, and so did the other winged knights. He exposed his arms and fastened his belt. Only then did the others see that the winged knights were covered in scars. Guo Jiun also took off his shirt and stretched out his hand. Immediately, someone went to fetch his bow. According to the historical records, he was 7 feet tall, had the arms of an ape and the mouth of a tiger. He was strong and brave, good at archery and quite courageous. He also used a strong bow. In a one-on-one fight, he dared to challenge any enemy general. Wasn't it just a challenge? Go 1,000 against 1,000. After this, what morale will you have left? Everyone else get ready to attack. Wang, Zhu and Kuei knew what this battle represented. If they won, the entire army would attack. The enemy would no longer have any morale and could continue to push forward. If it was their own army, they would not go to war. Tubo would definitely send out strong soldiers. But now they had the winged knights. Strong? Who was stronger? Let's wait and see. Yes. The soldiers began to prepare. The cavalry gathered. The order was sent out, and all the strongholds obeyed. The Tubo army each took 2 horses and changed horses. Some people took other horses back. The winged knights chose 1,000 people, and each took 1 horse. They took bows. They all had strong bows. It was not that they did not have other methods. But now they had to use what the enemy thought was the strongest to defeat the enemy. If Li Yi was here, he would exchange for a heavy machine gun and shoot. Who the hell wants to play rules with you? I am the rules. Don't you know that all is fair in war? But the soldiers of the Tang dynasty were different. Did they have better weapons? Yes, but it did not mean that they were afraid of death just because they had good weapons. The Tang dynasty could fight the Tubo in any way, just like Li Yi's bayonets. Sometimes it was not necessary to fight. The Japanese Empire's army charged with bayonets under special circumstances. His country's army could also charge with bayonets. The 1,000 winged knights mounted their horses. Guo Jiun personally led the troops. He was a general, so he was not afraid of this. However, he was still protected in the middle of the troops. He was a provincial governor. If he died, who would command the troops? Tubo's 1,000 cavalry stopped 10 miles away. They did not advance and waited. The winged knights and the rest of the cavalry and infantry went out. The 2 sides gradually approached each other. When they could see each other from afar, they urged their horses forward. The horses sped up, and the winged knights' troops began to split into echelons. The distance between each other gradually increased. When they were more than 100 steps away from each other, the first group of winged knights immediately fired their arrows. They did not even aim. As soon as the arrows were released, they pulled the reins. The troops split up and ran diagonally to both sides. Immediately after, the troops behind fired another volley of arrows. They also ran diagonally. Tubo's troops used the same method. The only difference was that they were more relaxed, because they were going against the wind. This could not be helped. It was summer, and the wind blew from the east to the west. The 2 sides could not switch positions. One echelon after another shot. Dozens of Tubo's men fell. When the 2 teams ran side by side, the winged knights' painstakingly trained skills were put to good use. Their instructor was not Li Yi. Li Yi could only teach them how to shoot. Their instructor was Guozi. Then, Li Yi saw Guozi's teaching and thought of 2 good games. They were baseball and badminton. Baseball was not as fast as badminton. The world record for a pitcher was only 40 meters per second. It was much slower than a bow and arrow. Moreover, the ball was big, so the bow and arrow could not see much. The reason for practicing baseball was to receive the ball head-on. When the ball flew over, many people would instinctively dodge. Catchers were different. They had to catch the ball. On the other hand, badminton smashes were faster. Li requested that all smashes should be aimed at the body of the person as much as possible. The training was explosive power and reaction speed. Now it was time to use it. When the two teams ran side by side, they continued to shoot at each other. Then, no one went to catch the opponent's arrow. When the arrow flew over, it was just a small dot. It did not fly horizontally for you to see. Everyone used the same method. They hid in the stirrups and hid on the other side of the horse. The difference appeared at this moment. When the winged knights hid in the stirrups, they knocked an arrow and shot from under the horse's belly. This was taught by Guazi. In Guazi's opinion, as long as there was space and posture, the arrow could be shot. Teams ran over. The Tubo soldiers were shot one after another. Some of the winged knights' horses were shot. They ran far away and stopped playing. The Tubo cavalry's horses ran even faster. How could the arrows be so accurate? They could not hit the horses accurately. However, it was impossible to kill a horse with one shot, unless the arrow hit the horse's eye and penetrated it. After a round of exchanges, more than 100 Tubo soldiers fell. The winged knights did not fall. There was even someone who managed to deflect the enemy's arrows. No one knew how he did it. Guajian also continuously shot his bow. He also knew how to hide behind the horse, widen the distance. Fan judged that the range of the enemy's bow was closer than his sides. His bow was stronger, so he did not have to shoot at the enemy from the same distance. Chapter 992. The horses were galloping, and arrows were flying back and forth. Fan led his troops to pull apart the distance between them and Tubo's troops, looking for their weaknesses. The provincial governor's soldiers used binoculars to look, while those who didn't stretch their necks to look. In the past, they had only heard that His Majesty had trained a private army, and it was said that they were very strong. As for how strong they weren't sure. The winged knights had talked about their training during the meal, but they didn't know how to measure it. Now was the best time to test whether they were strong or not. At the very least, the winged knights dared to fight. When Tubo invited them to fight, the winged knights clearly didn't need to charge. They could just leave it to the provincial governor's cavalry. However, the winged knights took the initiative to fight. They weren't afraid of dying in battle. The troops in front of them circled back and forth, and the provincial governor's soldiers became excited. I don't see a single one of them dead. Be careful. Beautiful. Provincial Governor Gua is beautiful. You killed one of them with one arrow. Can you see whose arrow it was? No need to look. After the rain of arrows, I guarantee that the provincial governor's arrow will hit the enemy. When you get promoted, remember to guide your brothers. Accurate. The winged knight's timing is very accurate. He got shot. Not good. Why did he get up again? Did he catch it? There's blood on his hand. The arrow scratched his hand. He threw the arrow away and shot his own arrow back. The people watching with binoculars saw a shocking scene. One of the winged knights had just gotten up from the side of his horse when he suddenly fell back. His body didn't fall from the horse. He threw away the arrow he caught. His hand was covered in blood. He ignored the pain and shot another arrow. After half an hour, Tubo's troops stopped. Someone shouted, and the winged knight's troops also stopped. On the Tubo side, the men on horseback dismounted and went to look for their wounded and dead brothers to gather their horses. From the looks of it, Tubo's troops only had about 500 people who could move. The rest were either dead or injured. Those who could move had arrows stuck in their bodies, but they couldn't pull them out. Looking at the winged knight's troops, everyone was still on their horses. They also had arrows stuck in their bodies, but very few of them. Why did they stop? You admit defeat? The range is different. The distance between us has increased. If we continue to fight, we will all be wiped out. The winged knights have great strength. They can shoot continuously and still maintain their shooting range. Their training must be very tough, even tougher than ours. Sometimes we have to work. The winged knights train all day. It's different. The Jadushi soldiers spoke as they watched Tubo's men pack up and leave. Their leader did not die, but there were 2 arrows in his thigh. He walked with a slight limp, but even so, he still managed to mount his horse. He turned around to look at the flag of the winged knights. With a complicated expression, he led the team away. The winged knights came back on horseback. The arrows on their horses were still there, and the arrows on their riders were still there. Before they arrived, the other winged knights went over to take care of their wounded brothers. They weren't worried that the arrows would be poisoned. Since they were topless and had applied poison, even if they won, they would still lose. They could not attack the morale of the Tang soldiers, nor could they boost the morale of their own side. The others also went back together and carried the injured down. The winged knights took out their medical kits to treat their brothers. They had iodophor and antibiotic pills. The iodophor that Li Yi exchanged for was very pure. He diluted it himself, but the concentration was too high to be used. The winged knights were assigned by Li Yi to save a disaster. Li Yi would gain a lot of lifespan. There were also 16 guards to help clear the snow, maintain law and order, and the linoleum sheds. The 500,000 yuan coupon also gave him a lot of lifespan. He was a philanthropist. After he had earned enough, he still had to take it out and lend it to the people at low interest rates. Lending money was also to promote economic development and improve society as a whole. Old Lu, hold on. Your arrow is in your stomach. Everyone, help set up a tent. We don't want the old one. Set up a new one. We will disinfect it first. Fan found a seriously injured person. There was an arrow in his thigh and an arrow below his navel. Battalion Commander Fan, let me do it. A winged knights came over. He wanted to remove the arrow for old Lu. Okay, you are the one who can bear to do it. Fan agreed. Usually, when Li Yi wanted to give this brother food, he would ask him to kill it himself. Then he would tie up the live sheep and pigs and slowly dissect them. Sometimes, the sheep that should have been turned into mutton soup actually lived for half a month. He would cut open the sheep's stomach, cut off a section of its intestines, and reconnect it. After that, he would clean the sheep's abdominal cavity and sew it up. He would not give it food. When the sheep was hungry for a few days, he would feed it some food. When he felt that the sheep could live, he would kill it and drink the mutton soup. Normally, this was not something that humans would do, but he liked it. Pigs could live even if they were hungry for many days. At first, everyone laughed and said that he was cruel. Later, when the winged knights who came with him told them about his family situation, everyone stopped joking. He had an older brother in his family. When he was chopping wood on the mountain, he fell. His older brother pulled him up and then fell. The chopper cut his brother's stomach and his intestines flowed out. There was only one result. He died. It was useless to stuff it back. When he found that his intestines flowed out, he could still live. He practiced with all his might and found an opportunity to practice with animals. He hoped that if his brother encountered the same situation as his brother, he could save him. Today, he would personally treat old Lu's wounds. He had the most experience. Some people began to spray alcohol on themselves, wash their hands and surgical tools with it. The tent was quickly set up. They went in and disinfected it completely with alcohol. They placed the table, covered it with gauze, and hung more than 10 diesel lamps. The provincial commander also sprayed alcohol on 2 people. They put on masks and hats and went in. They wanted to take a look. The others were not as badly injured as old Lu. They treated their wounds directly in a place where there was no wind. Small scalpels, various forceps, and a few suture needles were laid out. First, the arrows were removed, then the wounds were cleaned, sutured, and fed antibiotics. At that time, Li Yi ate 2 pieces at a time. The soldiers ate half a piece. The bacteria in their bodies did not have any resistance to the medicine. The others were dumbfounded. The winged knights' treatment was better than theirs. They just took a small knife, disinfected it with alcohol, and cut it in various ways. The winged knights changed to a knife or forceps at every step to try to make the wounds smaller. The only thing that felt fair was that the winged knights did not drink anesthetics and bit a piece of wood. We brought anesthetics, but Li Dongzhu said that if we always use anesthetics it might affect our heads. We'll bear with it. Fan Fan wore a mask and removed the arrow from his brother's shoulder. He carefully used a needle holder to hold the needle and suture it. The needle was not an ordinary needle used to sew clothes. It was bent, so it was directly pierced. When we go back, our needles will also be bent. It turns out that this is the most convenient way to sew. Guo Zhiyun was depressed. Needle, you guys use the left and right method to recover your strength. Very accurate. Wang, Zhu and Kuei praised from the other side. The winged knights continued to shoot arrows. Both hands were fine. This way, their strength could be recovered quickly. We trained a lot and ate well. Not only did we eat meat, but also vegetables, fruits, and dried fruits. We spent a lot of money. Fan Fan wrapped the bandage around his brother's shoulder and explained the reason. Chapter 993. Can we bring someone with an injured stomach back? Guo Zhiyun was worried that the winged knights would be affected by the bumpy journey. It depends on the situation. As long as we can walk, we can use horses to carry the stretcher. As long as we can return alive, Li Dongzhu can be saved. Fan Fan had a crazy amount of confidence in Li Yi. If he contracted tetanus after infection and was in a critical state, Li Yi would also be numb. Fortunately, as long as the wound was cleaned and he took antibiotics, the probability of contracting tetanus was very low. Hiding was fine. Li Yi had ways to deal with it when he returned. On the other side, Tubo's people were rushing back. Some of the injured stopped breathing after the bumpy journey. Fewer people were directly shot to death. If the arrows didn't directly hit the organs, head or throat, they wouldn't die immediately. Those who were shot in the limbs and cut the body had deeper wounds. The follow-up treatment couldn't keep up and more people died. There were also spears and swords that pierced the body. The swords and spears on the battlefield couldn't be disinfected first. Both sides of a siege would first soak their weapons in feces. Most of the people who died under such circumstances. After the battle, infection and mortality rate were the biggest reasons for the loss of people in the war. In the afternoon, when they returned to the camp, the leader directly knelt there to accept his death. What happened? Zesicas looked at his subordinates and knew that they had lost. They were all listless, injured, and dead. We lost. Their arrows were accurate, their range was longer than ours, their equestrian skills were not worse than ours, and they had good teamwork. The leader lowered his head. Guo Zhiyun can bring out 1,000 people who can shoot farther than you? They used more people to fight you? A general beside him didn't believe it. It wasn't the hushy provincial governor's soldiers, it was the winged knights. In the beginning, the leader recounted what happened. In the beginning, he didn't know who it was. When the two sides came into contact, the enemy had the advantage. After that, the enemy slowly adjusted and the distance between the two sides increased. His side could only passively take a beating. The bow was different, and the arrow was also different. Looking at the shaft and tail of the arrow on his leg, it was clearly exquisitely made. The feather was smooth and neat, and there was no sign of bending on the arrow shaft. "Get up quickly and go treat your injuries." Zesicas was no longer angry when he heard that the winged knights were up against him. He didn't blame his own people. Every time the people in the Tang dynasty sent a report, they would mention Li Yi and the winged knights. It was said that, apart from carrying out missions, the winged knights were also training. They ate a mixture of noodles and rice, and there were meat and vegetables all year round. When they finished eating, there were fruits as well. The intensity of the training was different, and so was the crafting of the weapons. The winged knights were the private army of the Tang emperors, and all of their weapons were exquisitely crafted. There was no way they could win, unless they used more people to fill the gap. The winged knights aren't afraid of death. The general who spoke just now thought of something. It was not worth it for the winged knights to come here. They should enjoy the best things and stay in Chang'an all day. The winged knights came out during the battle in Songzhou, and now they came out again. This was the scariest thing. Some of the guards around Zanpu looked very strong, but when it came to a real fight, they were not strong enough. However, the winged knights of the Tang dynasty always dared to fight, and they would even accept a challenge. In that case, the political power of the Tang dynasty would be more stable, and who would dare to rebel? The winged knights could rush up and kill them at any time. We need to strengthen the spies. The winged knights came over, but the spies didn't send any information. Zaysikaz looked very tired. He didn't know what to do next. The land of 9 Bens was basically taken back by the Tang dynasty. Without the land of 9 Bens, other places would be threatened and the road would be easier. He wrote another letter and ordered someone to send it back to Zanpu. The intestines are a little scratched, but it's okay. Clean it and take a pill. Take 2. Put a catheter in it and see if you have a fever. After the old road was taken care of, the brother who did it smiled and explained the situation. His intestines were not broken, or else it would be troublesome. He couldn't eat or drink, and he needed to hold on. Only glucose and saline infusion bottles could keep him alive. It was easy to get infected, and his body condition would worsen because there was no food. Old Lu was about to faint from the pain. Because they didn't know if his intestines were broken or not, they didn't give him anesthesia. When they took out the arrow, it was forced open, and when they washed it, it was also uncomfortable. What did it feel like? It was the pain of diarrhea, and he couldn't use any strength. Seeing that his intestines weren't leaking, they gave him some anesthesia and painkillers. He was awake, but he still wanted diarrhea. When I go back, I'll ask Li Dongzhu to take a look. I don't trust you. Old Lu took 2 antibiotics and blushed. Not long after, the things that old Lu had digested appeared on the operating table. He quickly moved them away and cleaned them. He changed to another tent and continued to disinfect. How's old Lu? Fan came in to take a look. It's much better, but it's not strong. Old Lu looked like he had nothing to live for. We're all brothers. Let's wait for you to rest for a few days, and then we'll go back. Fan didn't care. Old Lu was being pretentious. At the location of the Anqi provincial governor, a person was also eating. He was the one whose intestines were stuffed back in. Everyone thought that he wouldn't be able to make it. In the end, his condition improved day by day. 2 days ago, he was eating porridge. Today, he felt good and started to eat meat. A chicken stewed with ginseng roots. He ate happily. The others didn't eat and just watched him eat. Li family Zhuangzi's method is really useful. He's alive now. If it was a year ago, he would have definitely died. He's lucky. The other brothers didn't die either. Alcohol is a good thing. There's also anesthesia and that anti-inflammatory medicine. In the future, we won't be afraid of getting injured in battle. We caught many Tubo captives. Should we exchange them back? Let's see how many of our people are still in Tubo. If we don't have enough people, we won't exchange the rest. We'll raise them, let them work. We won't raise them. We'll send them to Chang, and then give them to the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi needs them for work. When everyone saw that the injured people could eat meat, they were happy and thought of the captives. There were more than 50,000 captives. It wasn't easy to settle them down locally. If they weren't careful, the captives would cause trouble. They knew that the Li family Zhuangzi had spent money to buy the Southwest barbarians. Now, they weren't doing it for money. The soldiers hoped to give the captives to the Li family Zhuangzi. Then, the Li family Zhuangzi would give them more gunpowder, weapons, alcohol, and medicine. Alcohol and medicine were too effective. Even if she lost a finger or got a big cut, she could still be saved. In the past, if they amputated a limb, they had to burn it with a hot iron. They burned it to stop the bleeding. After stopping the bleeding, they passed the first gate of hell. Then, they passed the second gate of hell. After burning, pus would flow out. They had to paste it with medicine or use plant ashes. Basically, they would have a fever. It seemed that none of them didn't have a fever. They had to continue to endure the fever. Only then could they survive. If they didn't use it now, they could sew it up. In many cases, there was no need to amputate. Why amputate when there was no infection? Although some people had a cut and came back with a fever, they continued to clean it up and drink medicine to suppress the fever. Life-saving things were more important than money. They would exchange the captives with the Li family Zhuangzi. Chapter 994. Zhang Shaosong led his troops to meet up with Ashinaxian, Karalu, and Anshi Jidushi's troops. The other soldiers looked at him with reverence. This was the person who turned what should have been a defensive battle into a battle of annihilation. He had once led 10,000 soldiers and was famous in the western region. Now he led 10,000 elite cavalry and destroyed anyone in his way. He was also a jinshi, so he was so good at fighting. The officials and the emperor would be worried. A person who could govern and fight at the same time. He led an administration in a remote place and rebelled just like that. The generals looked at each other and didn't know what to do next. They were worried about Zhang Shaosong and were afraid that the imperial court would find a reason to arrest Zhang Shaosong for corruption. The local government needed Zhang Shaosong. With Zhang Shaosong around, who would dare to come? He brought less than 500 soldiers with him, including those who died or were injured. After a few days, when everyone was stable, would he organize people to fight others again? Because the grass had grown and it wasn't so cold anymore. After the harvest, there would be enough food for the army. I still say the same thing. I won't take a single cent from this. Zhang Shaosong said as he lifted his battle robe and knelt down on one knee in the direction of Chang. He was grateful to Li Longji and Li Yi. Li Yi insisted on protecting him, even though they had never met or given each other a piece of paper. Li Longji even increased the reward and asked if there was enough. If there wasn't enough, he would be greedy. If he met a wise ruler, so what if he died on the battlefield? Voila! Zhang Shaosong knelt down, so the others could only follow suit. Ordinary soldiers were just excited and didn't have so many tricks up their sleeves. They had won the battle, killed so many and captured so many. In the future, the enemy wouldn't be able to organize people to fight again. War needed people. They couldn't get 20,000 people today and another 20,000 tomorrow. The Tang dynasty only had 500,000 to 600,000 soldiers. They couldn't afford more. Come, let me take a look. You're recovering well. One is your diet. Don't eat too much and don't eat anything spicy. It's easy to cause allergies and don't touch anything. Li Yi didn't know what was happening at the border. He was changing Li Tan's medicine. He removed Li Tan's scar through surgery. There was hyperplastic tissue in the originally healed area, so he cut it off. What was left behind was a wound. He could not allow the wound to grow. Fortunately, Li Tan did not have a hyperplastic physique. Otherwise, he would have to use more hormones. I know how to see through things. I've also learned a little about shadows. It's easier to draw with a charcoal pencil, but it's harder to control the ink. Li Tan, who was only 12 years old, had been working hard on his painting recently. He wanted to surpass him. Our Chinese art is also very particular about light and dark. However, it can't be pure ink. At the same time, it can also have a perspective and shadow effect. Li Yi talked about the Chinese paintings of his time. He used all kinds of brushwork. Not only were the things he painted more realistic, but they also had a charm when they were realistic. With just one look, one would know that it came from China. China's Chinese art could not be painted with any other techniques. Things that could be painted with oil could not express the image of ink painting. Some real mountains and rivers looked like Chinese paintings. This was the charm of ink painting. In this aspect, it was also realistic. Li Yi dealt with Li Tan's face. At the same time, he discussed painting techniques with Li Tan. Because of the injuries on his face, Li Tan, who had a bad temper in the palace, was now an obedient child. He was willing to chat with Li Yi. He felt that Li Yi knew what he was thinking and could even bring him along to play. He just didn't understand why, when he told the Wing Knights that Big Brother Dongzhu would bring him along to play, everyone would reveal a look of fear. These people must be guilty. Otherwise, why would they be afraid of Big Brother Dongzhu bringing them along to play? Yes, there must be something wrong. Li Dongzhu, if you were a king, what would you do? You can't be the crown prince. Li Tan was a little confused now. He was the eldest son of the emperor, but he obviously could not be the crown prince. What would he do in the future? In his heart, he treated Li Yi as Big Brother Dongzhu, but he did not say it out loud. You see, I am not even a king now. Do you think I don't do enough? People, what they want to do is not determined by their identity or position, but how much power and ideas they have. For example, if you are a king, you want all the people in the Tang dynasty to live a good life. As long as they want to eat meat, they can eat meat for every meal. You have to think about how to grow food to increase the production. With more food, there will naturally be more meat. Li Yi explained Li Tan's dreams and ideas. He also gave many examples. There were planting, breeding, medical treatment, education, public security, transportation. I should focus on painting now. When I finish painting, I will think about other things. I am still young. Li Tan felt that he did not have to worry anymore. There were many things that could be done. He did not have to be the crown prince. Yes, his Uncle King's song was very powerful now. He was in charge of the Workers' Alliance, E-Alliance, Navy, and Seafood. He heard that he had sent people to Cheongzhou to plant pepper. Okay, continue to maintain it. Don't touch it with your hands. Endure it even if it itches. Try to keep your face expressionless. Speak less. Li Yi carried Li Tan again and gave medical advice. Okay. Li Tan did not dare to speak anymore. He nodded with a straight face. When he went out, he saw his younger brother playing with sand. Snot was flowing out. He went over to wipe it. Then he went to the painting room with the little boy's laughter. Empress Wang watched from a shady place, not far away. She smiled. She knew that Li Yi would have a way to take care of both the adults and the children. The weather had been hot recently, so she stayed on Zhuangzi. She was worried that the child would get sick from the heat. She could not even put an ice basin in it. At the same time, she had another child. She did not know the gender. She just had it. She was worried that there would be problems. It was better to stay in Zhuangzi than to stay in the palace. Li Longji naturally knew the situation. So he did not go to work this afternoon and went to the harem. When he arrived at Zhuangzi in the evening, it was already dark for a while. He looked haggard. When Li Yi saw Li Longji's appearance, he made a mutton pot to nourish Li Longji. Li Yi boiled the vegetables himself. He did not need to nourish himself. I don't know when the war at the border will end. Li Longji straightened his back and rubbed his waist with his hand. His muscles hurt. He had exercised too much. Li Yi ate the cabbage and swallowed it. We will know when we get to the Turks, Tubo, and Tukishi. If they don't fight after they get the harvest, will they not fight again? Li Longji knew what he meant. Generally, it was the harvest of grain. They would only want to fight when they had the military provisions. This year, the war was 2 months in advance. At present, the Tang dynasty had the advantage. They suffered small losses on the 2 battlefields and gained big gains. Li Yi shook his head. It depends on whether the winter is good or not. In winter, the snow in 3 places is too heavy. Many livestock die. They will take people to fight the Tang dynasty. One is to consider whether they can get some benefits. The other is to divert the internal conflicts of the tribes. Tubo Zanpu is smarter. He has been fighting the Tang dynasty. If he wins, he will build up his prestige. If he loses, others can't do anything. He can ask Princess Jincheng to write a letter to ask for peace. This is another kind of prestige. Li Yi finally understood some things about Tubo. According to the historical data, if the Tubo Zanpu was not smart, he must have a powerful think tank. Chapter 995. The more Li Yi studied the information, the more he found that the wisdom of the ancients was not in vain. Every war and change of dynasty involved more than what one could see on the surface. According to the situation, he now knew, if it were not for him, the Tang dynasty's army would not be able to withstand the years of war. The reason why many ethnic minority troops were used to fight was that the imperial court's main force could not support it alone. This was the reason why the provincial governors had too much power in the future. To put it bluntly, it was because the imperial court had no money. The price of rice was very low in the Kaiyuan era. The price of rice was low because the farmers had suffered losses. Cheap grain hurt the farmers. Salt was also cheap. What about the people who cooked salt by the sea? This low price referred to the price of grain in the capital. The imperial court collected rents from all over the country and sent them to Chang'an, the officials in Chang, and had to sell the grains as their salaries. The content written by the later generations about the previous dynasty was called the dynastic history. The Old and New Tang books were written by the Song dynasty. How many years had it been? It was similar to Li Yi's time when someone suddenly asked how much a caddy of rock sugar cost 150 years ago. I can't even remember the price 15 years ago. You asked me 150 years ago. In winter, cabbage in the capital was 3 yuan per caddy. A cabbage was 20 to 30 yuan. What about in a fifth-tier city? A caddy of cabbage was 2 yuan per caddy. Those that were 3 yuan per caddy were better. They bought hundreds of caddies. In the countryside, cabbages were sold at least 500 caddies per caddy. Some of them were stored in the cellar. So the information was one thing. It did not represent authority. Li Yi knew that if he did not come out, Tubo would ask for peace and the Tang dynasty would agree. It was not a sincere agreement. It was because the Tang dynasty could not fight anymore and needed to take a breather. If one was not in the real situation of this era, one would not be able to understand. Li Yi still felt that he was floating. Yes, he had been in the Tang dynasty for several years, but he still could not fully integrate. Not to mention that he had the system. Even if he did not have the system, the knowledge he had was not something the people of the Tang dynasty could understand. It was just like when he suddenly went to live in a primitive tribe in South America. It was definitely nonsense to be able to blend in within a few years. Third brother, we have to tell His Majesty that if Princess Jincheng asks for peace, we can't agree. Li Yi thought for a long time and suddenly said, Prince Cheng's daughter, Li Nunu. If the Tang dynasty doesn't agree, will she be in danger? Will she still be able to influence the affairs of the Tang dynasty and Tubo in the future? Li Longji was thinking about another thing. He didn't really care about the life and death of Princess Jincheng. Princess Jincheng was a tool for political exchanges between the two sides. In history, Princess Jincheng died at the age of 41. Was she doing well? Was she favored? Li Yi poured a cup of wine for Li Longji. If the Tang dynasty wants to mediate relations with a woman, why don't I go to the border? I'll see who dares to touch Princess Jincheng. Li Longji picked up the wine cup. The fiercer the fight, the safer Princess Jincheng will be. He understood. Princess Jincheng's status depended on whether the Tang dynasty was strong or not. The Tang dynasty was strong and did not give in. Not only did Tubo not dare to neglect Princess Jincheng, but they also had to take good care of her. I'll go and come back in 2 months. Li Yi wanted to move. Your sister-in-law is pregnant again. You stay. With the wing knights here, send the wing knights out. At worst, you can ask some farmers to follow you. Li Longji quickly persuaded. Don't go. If you go, I won't feel confident. Not only me, but the prime ministers will also feel that something is missing and act unsteadily. It's not a matter of life and death. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Then continue to increase the transportation, especially weapons. Zhuangzi has made a lot of skyscraping monkeys. Li Yi sighed regretfully. He wanted to fight at the border. He did not want to be a commander. He did not know how to. With so many formations changing back and forth, he was afraid that he would kill his own people. He wanted to be a sniper or a gunner. A sniper's job was to kill the enemy's commanders. A gunner was different. He wanted to create firepower. For example, build a small hill on the ground and put a heavy machine gun on it. Come on, I'll make you kneel down in one shot. Transport. Brother E, you can do whatever you want. There's so many winged knights. You can send 10,000 of them. In order to keep Li Yi here, Li Longji did not care how many winged knights were sent. Others could not attack. The 16 guards were very strong now. If any of the 16 guards dared to rebel, he would hide in the Li family Zhuangzi and watch Brother E slaughter them. Third brother, it's really possible. Pick a horse to carry a skyscraping monkey. It's okay if the overall speed is a little slow. Send it over in 10 days. That's 10,000 skyscraping monkeys. Li Yi suddenly thought it through. It was better to transport slowly. Once the goods arrived, things would be easier. 10,000? Li Longji thought of the numbers. Li Yi shook his head. No, more than 4,000. It's not easy to make them. They're too big. They're not fireworks or firecrackers. Bring something else. We're not in a hurry. Li Longji thought of the same situation. Toilet water. Big porcelain bottles. We'll leave the porcelain bottles for local use. Li Yi raised his hand to wipe his sweat. Deal. Li Longji agreed. Move out of the way. Great victory. More than 36,000 captives in Tubo. Great victory. The 3rd day of the 5th month in the Tang dynasty's calendar was the 20th day of the 6th month in Li Yi's solar calendar. The messenger team from Anshi Jidushi's territory had arrived. They urged their horses to gallop. The 20 riders looked very excited. The first batch of riders had already returned. They were talking about the treatment they received in Chang, and there were people giving them massages, girls from Zhongxiu singing, and girls from Beitsiu spending the night with them. When these 20 riders were on their way back, they met the second batch of riders. Both parties had a short conversation. They should have been very tired, but now they were full of energy. They wanted to watch the singing and dancing and chat with the girls for the whole night. There was no need for massages. They just needed a bath. The morning court session had not ended. They were immediately summoned. The 20 riders walked forward with trembling legs. They did not need any help. They were fine. The officials in the small court session did not know what was going on. They only felt that the soldiers at the border were getting more and more powerful. They had been riding for more than 10 days. How could they still walk? When they entered the hall, one of them said, "Miss from Beitsiu." "Good news. We've been sending good news from the north." Oh. The officials suddenly understood something. Li Longji had also guessed what was going on. The previous messenger was treated too well. He wanted to laugh, but it was nothing. The officials had allowed it. Also, the girls from Beitsiu were very willing to entertain these people. Give them a seat. Li Longji did not care about other things. He heard the voice of the messenger. More than 36,000 people were captured. How did they capture 36,000 Tubo soldiers? Was Tubo so weak? 20 chairs were carried over. The 20 men sat down. They actually wanted to kneel down and salute the emperor. Their legs could not hold on. If they kneeled down, they would not be able to get up. Your Majesty, we have one. General Zhang Shaosong had intercepted Tubo's baggage twice. Tubo has no food to eat. The leading messenger started to talk. He did not even drink the water handed to him by the eunuch beside him. While he was talking, a palace maid handed him a glass of water. He immediately took it and gulped it down. The rest of the men also stretched out their hands to the palace maids. They were thirsty. The palace maids were generous. They had a smile on their faces. They did not get angry when the men took the opportunity to touch their hands. They knew that these men were fighting in the front lines. Chapter 996. A total of 54,900 captives? Li Longji asked in disbelief after hearing the report. Yes, we are treating the captives' injuries. Everyone said to exchange alcohol, diesel, explosives, and grenades for the Li family Zhuangzi. The leader nodded vigorously, indicating that the data was accurate and not fake. Later, the captives would be sent over, so there was no way to fake it. Zhang Shaosong. Li Longji repeated the name. Your Majesty, this subject requests that Li Yi be promoted to a military officer. Wei Zhigu took 2 steps forward. He was wearing a mask. He had a fever and a runny nose, but he didn't have a fever or tears. His condition was relatively mild, and he was currently taking medicine. The mask was a thin one given to him by Li Yi. He would wear it at night to cover his nose and eyes. If he breathed through his mouth, he would snore. However, he was also given a lozenge. With his tongue and palate pressing down on the lozenge, he couldn't open his mouth and could only breathe through his nose. His throat didn't feel uncomfortable. 3 years ago, Wei Zhigu was very afraid of a fever. Oh, anyone would be afraid of a fever. Now, a fever wasn't a big problem unless he had a fever and coughed. A cough wasn't a cold, but a fever. Which one should I promote? Li Longji asked. Su Yi looked at Bai Gu and Song Jing. The 2 gave him an encouraging look, so he stepped forward. This subject requests that Li Yi be promoted to a military officer. This subject agrees. Everyone chimed in. The 20 messengers were dumbfounded. What the hell? So many of you are working together to promote one person. The key point is a military officer is a bit higher than a military officer. A military officer is a lower 9th rank official, while a military officer is a higher 9th rank official. A 9th rank military officer. The entire imperial court is working. Do you have nothing better to do? Do you dare to come to our place and repeat your words to the soldiers? Our brothers will beat you to a pulp. Not to mention the others, if your intestines are stuffed back in, they will be able to pierce you with a knife. How many benefits did Li Yi give us? With such a big contribution, you promote him by half a rank? That's not right. Wasn't this about Zhang Shaosong? How did it become about Li Yi? As the 20 people thought about it, they suddenly realized that something was amiss. Was this how the imperial court normally operated? It was Zhang Shaosong, and then there was a minister who came out to promote Li Yi to an official. A group of ministers agreed to promote the lower 9th grade martial arts officer to upper 9th grade martial arts officer. There were more than 50,000 captives over there, as well as the enemies they had killed. In the end, all they got was this for one person? Your Majesty, there are more than 54,900 captives. The messenger could not help but emphasize the number. There is a reward. I will reward you all. I know you want weapons, alcohol, anesthetics, and anti-inflammatory drugs. None of them will be lacking. Li Longji understood what the 20 people meant, but they didn't understand Li Yi's situation. The civil and military officials promoting Li Yi by half a rank wasn't actually a promotion. It was an expression of everyone's recognition of Li Yi. Li Yi did not care about any official position. If he wanted to deal with people, even the lower 1st grade martial arts officer and the prime minister would have to join the group. If he wanted to deal with them, it was useless. Other officials had a month's salary to support their family. It was enough for their family to eat and wear. For Li Yi, the lower 1st grade martial arts officer's salary was just a meal. Li Yi not only had a manor, but also nearly 12,000 captives. The lower 1st grade martial arts officer's monthly salary was enough to make porridge. If it was a little diluted, it would probably be enough for everyone to eat. They also could not eat salted vegetables. Salted vegetables were not enough. The minister's intention was to express their thoughts to Li Yi. Okay, you, Li Yi, are amazing. We are convinced. We will promote you. Your Majesty, I asked the Prime Minister of Tubo to ask about the number of people in our dynasty so that we can exchange. Bai Gu looked at Song Jing and said, I second that. Song Jing followed. I second that. Su Yi also cooperated. The Prime Minister's mandate could only be issued by the Prime Minister. The prime minister would not involve the highest person on both sides. This was the tradition of the Chinese regime, which had lasted until Li Yi's era. During Li Yi's era, who saw the highest person stand up like a madman and shout at other countries? No, never. It was all handled by diplomatic spokespersons. The highest person would never directly target a matter. Civilization, cultural heritage, and the demeanor of a big country. Otherwise, what was the difference between them and a hooligan? As a country's leader, shouting all day could only mean one thing. That was that there was no civilization, no dynasty etiquette, no heritage, and no rules. To put it bluntly, such a white-skinned person lacked education. It was not known whether it was because he was not raised well or not taught well. The Tang dynasty was not like that. Although they usually talked to Li Yi casually, when it came to national affairs, everyone knew what to do. Of course, the officials in the imperial court were most afraid of Li Yi writing a formal document. It was not that Li Yi did not know how to write. He was very good at writing. He would usually write a limerick or say what he meant in a straightforward way. That was negotiable. If Li Yi suddenly wrote a formal document, it would be a big deal. It would be very scary. Agreed. Li Longji nodded. Write it. When you are done, send it to Tubo. As for Su Lu Ba, wait for me to free up my hands. I just don't want Brother Yi to go personally. Otherwise, I will kill you. If Brother Yi wants to kill, it will be too easy. The 20 informants left behind the letter and were carried out. They were too excited and walked on the wrong path. Now their legs were cramping. They looked at the palace maids. Some palace maids pursed their lips and smiled. Some palace maids were naughty and winked at them. Don't be like this. Otherwise, your benefits in the palace will be reduced. Tao Hong of class 2 came over to say something. Seeing the palace maids' expressions, she warned them. The palace maids immediately lowered their heads. They were afraid. The benefits were the Li family Zhuangzi's benefits. It was extra. Everyone has worked hard. Tao Hong of class 2 said to the 20 people. The 20 people immediately sobered up. They felt dignified. No matter which class the palace maids and eunuchs were in, they would show their temperament when they were outside. Each class would share what Li Yi taught with others. The knowledge they learned was different. They were in the state of being knowledgeable. They understood economics, people's livelihood, military affairs, and politics. Brother Yi, there is a report from the imperial court today. It said that there are nearly 55,000 captives in that place. Li Longji did not wait for night to come. He came back and did not go to find other women. It was noon now. Zhuangzi had the most cold dishes. There were also hot dishes, but the quantity was a little small. Today's staple food was watered indica rice. The growth cycle of indica rice was short. It was grown in Huazhou and Tangzhou. This kind of rice did not have tendons and did not taste good. However, it was almost the same after being made into rice with tendons. There was no need to make it into rice noodles or rice cakes. It was watered rice. What kind of rice had tendons? Watered rice was used for livestock to drink. Li Longji filled a bowl and sat opposite Li Yi. They talked about happy things. Change back. Li Yi used chopsticks to stir garlic eggplant. The steamed eggplant was best with rice with water. In fact, stewed eggplant with potatoes was also delicious. However, there were no potatoes. If there were potatoes and corn, the entire Tang dynasty would have flourished, especially Inner Mongolia in Li Yi's time. The current region not only had a high yield of potatoes, but potatoes also grew well. It's not enough. The number of people in the Tang dynasty is small. Li Longji mentioned the data. Change cattle, sheep, and horses. They have no fighting power. This year is basically over. Next year our guns will be out. Now, we need to change more useful things. Li Yi was not soft-hearted or stupid. He was more calculating. Chapter 997. On the morning of the 4th of May, the 10,000 winged knights set out. They brought 4,000 sky monkeys, large amounts of floral water, alcohol, and hang gliders. Zhuangzi began to work overtime to produce sky monkeys. They needed to have enough reserves. Guo Jian's team only had 20 carts of skycracker monkeys left, and each cart contained 20 sticks. He had used 800 on the first day of the attack and was reluctant to use the remaining 400. The sky monkeys were all used up. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. They were all money. To put it bluntly, the Tang dynasty used technology and money in exchange for the lives of the soldiers. Now that they had sent another 4,000, Guojin believed that if he used them well, he would be able to obtain the entire source of the Yellow River. Huge Stone City did not need firearms for the time being. They had already won. The cavalry could not attack, and the Abbasid Caliphate would have to lick their wounds for the time being. Quick, write a letter. Buju, who was lying in bed, received the news and asked Isinba to write a letter. Yesterday, he had already written a letter telling Tubo that the army attacking Huge Stone City had been completely wiped out. Today, the Tang dynasty sent another 10,000 winged knights with 4,000 sky monkeys. He told Zan Pu to prepare. It would be best if they could sue for peace. They could not continue fighting. Tubo needed to recover. If they continued fighting, they might be destroyed by the Tang dynasty. After the autumn harvest, the Tang dynasty's front line had plenty of food. Tubo had harvested food, but they did not have enough soldiers to fight. They have already written. They also asked us to send more people to the Tang dynasty to increase the number of people we can send messages to. Isinba looked at Buju worriedly. Buju's condition was not good. He had lost a lot of weight, and he often had nightmares at night. If not for the Tang dynasty's imperial physicians, he would have, "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I've thought it through." Buju squeezed out a smile, followed by a cough. After spitting out a large mouthful of phlegm, his breathing became smooth. Learn. Learn from the Tang dynasty. Give better treatment to the craftsmen, research weapons, and cultivate and raise livestock. The Tang dynasty will also become stronger. Isinba did not think that a complete peace with the Tang dynasty would benefit Tubo. The Tang dynasty had a large population. Once the Tang dynasty developed, Tubo would have no chance to attack them even if he wanted to. Bo Xie shook his head. Expand to the west and southwest. Capture the people there and send someone to tell the Abbasid Caliphate that the Tang dynasty wants to annex them. That's the only way. Isinba didn't know if it would work or not. The Abbasid Caliphate had always been fighting with Tubo. Now they were fighting the Tang dynasty together. Then think of a way to go to places where the ships of the Tang dynasty can only go and tell the locals that the people of the Tang dynasty eat people and take them as slaves. Boxy came up with another plan. Tubo could not deal with the Tang dynasty at the moment, so he had to think of a way to make things difficult for the Tang dynasty. Isinba nodded in agreement. He didn't really believe it either. The silk and pottery of the Tang dynasty were good things. Would others not know how to look at them? Unless Tubo spent money to bribe some people to attack the merchants of the Tang dynasty and muddy the waters. The results might not be good, but Tubo would pay a great price. After the letter was sent out, Boxy seemed to have thought it through. His spirit suddenly became better, not like a dying flash. The people of the capital office couldn't feel their worries. They only knew that they had won a great battle and captured so many enemies. The people began to prepare to go up the mountain. Tomorrow was the 5th of May. The price of mugwort on that day was 10% higher than usual. In fact, the effect of the medicine was about the same. If it rained on the 5th of May, the mugwort harvested would be better than harvesting 2 days earlier or later. Li Yi was purely making everyone happy. The mugwort processed by the Li family Zhuangzi would be sold to the medicine shops at cost price. If the medicine shops didn't have disciples, they didn't have to make the mugwort themselves. Those with disciples would teach them how to make the mugwort. At the same time, they could save money and even let their disciples pick the mugwort. Dongzhu, a ship of elm bark powder has just been harvested. We didn't get much honey. Songda had just handed over a batch of elm bark powder and came to report. It's okay. The imperial court is collecting honey. Li Yi didn't worry about the honey. He made malaria pills and gave a portion to the imperial court. The imperial court sold it to outsiders. Tubo and Tujua didn't have a quota. Other people bought it at a high price, but there was a limit to the amount. The imperial court collected the honey and gave it to the Li family Zhuangzi. A portion of the pills they took was the honey money. Li Yi auctioned the pills. The imperial court set the price. If others wanted to buy more, they could only bid. The minimum price for the pills was higher than the imperial court's price. In this way, the imperial court made money, and others would say that the imperial court of the Tang dynasty was good. Tubo and Tujua could only buy the pills at a higher price and send them back to the slave masters there. In addition, Li Yi also smuggled the pills to the southwest barbarians. The local military forces of the Tang dynasty opened the market first. A portion of the money was kept by the local people to live, and a portion was used to make up for the goods there. This year, there would be many ships of goods sent over, including animal fur, medicinal herbs, and dried meat. In addition, there were live animals. These were not easy to raise. The transportation fee was high, and there were deaths on the way. The local army was the house of subjugation. They needed to feed their families. Only when their families lived well could they fight. The main thing was that they ate well and had strength. Dong Zhu, I heard that someone is buying the honey at a high price. I don't know who is behind it. Songda said, High price? The people don't know what the honey is used for. Just say in the newspaper that it is used to make malaria medicine. They are willing to sell it to the Zhuangzi at a low price. Li Yi was not worried. He believed that the people who learned how to raise bees would support the Li family Zhuangzi. Moreover, the imperial court sent people to collect the honey in the county. There were people in the village who learned how to raise bees and brought the honey to sell. The price was not low. What was the use of snatching the honey from the imperial court, using it to make incense? The imperial court had ordered that the honey used to make incense would be confiscated. Dong Zhu, then I will go to the printing workshop. Songda agreed and was about to leave. Don't print the newspaper. The people worked hard to sell the honey for money. Let the people earn. I should know who is collecting the honey. Playing this game with me. Li Yi stopped Songda and signaled him to go back to work. He was waiting for the other party to come to him. However, he would not take the honey. He would take it and keep it. Let's see how long it can last. Who is Dong Zhu? Eunuch Huangbai was curious. How could he guess? The merchants of the imperial court do not dare to snatch the honey from me. Let's see who has more money now. Li Yi hinted. The merchants of the imperial court were sensible. If they wanted to make money, they would cooperate with the Li family Zhuangzi or copy some of the behaviors of the Li family Zhuangzi. When the merchants from other places came to Chang, and they would need to interact with the merchants of Chang'an, the merchants of Chang, and would tell them what to do and what not to do. The rest were the people from other small countries. The small countries did not have much money, and they still wanted to buy the sadomasochism pills. The Japanese Empire's diplomatic mission? Huangbai understood immediately. They probably want to show me their wealth and then give me the honey. They want to get closer to me and get some secrets from me. Li Yi guessed that this was the most likely possibility. He used to buy walnuts. Some people liked to play with walnuts and would choose them. He would then buy them all at a high price. The other party could not buy them and was angry. He would bring the walnuts to them. He would first apologize and say that he did not know that the other party also wanted walnuts. He would then say that he thought the walnuts were edible. In the end, he found out that they were not edible after buying them. He hoped that the other party would accept the walnuts. For example, 5 yuan per kilogram or 3 yuan. When the other party saw that he was selling them by the kilogram, he did not accept bribes and bought them. Later, he could not do it. There were too many walnuts, and they were not valuable. Chapter 998. Xiao Yi, you've been promoted. I'll bring it to you. Bai Gu came while they were eating. He gave the document of the Ministry of Family Affairs to Li Yi. He had been promoted. The people of the Ministry of Family Affairs wanted to come, but Bai Gu snatched it away. Li Yi was eating rice noodles. The weather was hot, and he had been eating things that had been soaked in water for several days. He needed to adjust. Rice noodles are fine. Bai Gu sat opposite Li Yi as he spoke. Jin Ju was the closest to the door. She went out to get something for Bai Gu. Chui Lu went out to help. Li Yi opened the document and glanced at it. He saluted to the west and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. It's because we all approved it. Otherwise, you'd still be a secondary grade 9 official." Bai Gu wanted to make things clear. Thank you," Li Yi replied. "You're welcome. It's what I should do. You've contributed to the Tang dynasty." Bai Gu waved his hand, as if he didn't want to take the credit. "You've been eating hot food recently. I don't recommend you eat rice noodles. Does your stomach feel good?" Li Yi said as he checked Bai Gu's pulse. "I had noodles with soy sauce last night. I'm having acid reflux. In the morning, I'll soak the rice in cold water and eat some pickles." Bai Gu sat down and talked about his diet. "Eat. It's okay. You'll have half a bowl of rice and some lean meat tonight." Li Yi put down his hand. Jin Ju came back with a clay pot and put it on a bamboo mat. Chui Lu took a tray and put it aside. She sat back in her seat and ate her rice noodles. Bai Gu began to carefully put something into the pot. There was a layer of oil on top, and the temperature was completely suppressed. "Xiao Yi, do you know? The envoys of the Japanese Empire are collecting honey. Guess what they want to do?" Bai Gu said to Li Yi with a mysterious look on his face as he placed the items in order. For Li Dongzhu, the 8 palace maids and eunuchs spoke at the same time and looked at Li Yi with admiration. "You know," Bai Gu looked at them and then at Li Yi. "I don't want it. I don't accept everything. I won't even see them when they see me. After meeting you for the first time, they will try to find a way to meet you for the second time." Li Yi scooped up the rice noodles with a long spoon placed at the bottom. He scooped up some with his chopsticks. Bai Gu showed a regretful expression. "They bought 4,000 cubes of honey. Even if they don't want 40,000, do you think they will fall? If they have the ability, they can bring back whatever they want. If they want to get the secret recipe from my mouth, dream on." Li Yi expressed his attitude and said that he wouldn't interact with the people of the Japanese Empire no matter what. The other party's purpose was clear, and he couldn't agree to it and waste time. As for whether he could cheat them after interacting with them, why would he cheat them himself? Besides, it was already profitable enough to do it openly. According to the news from various places, I feel that we can harvest 300,000 caddies of honey this year. Bai Gu changed the topic. He didn't care about the little bit of honey that the Japanese Empire bought. The method of raising bees that Li Yi taught in the newspaper was very useful, but there are too few bees. By next year, after the nest was split, there would be more bees. The report that was sent said that some neighbors had agreed to treat each other to a drink when the nest was split. Li Yi added some chili oil to his small bowl. "Tell them that beeswax will be exchanged for Li Family Zhuangzi's candles at a ratio of 1:3. I want to use it to make cosmetics." Li Yi was afraid that the people would use beeswax as burning wax. It was a pity that he had paraffin wax, which was a byproduct. Bai Gu laughed. "Xiao Yi, you don't know, right? If we buy extra beeswax, the people will give it to us. Why are we taking advantage of the people? Publish the newspaper and tell the people." Li Yi looked at Bai Gu. He was not very happy. Beeswax was a medicine, and it could be used to treat some minor illnesses. If the people don't know, then they should write more bluntly. The newspaper will be sent to various places, and the newspapers will copy the content and publish it. All right. Bai Gu blushed. He was too ignorant. He ate 2 mouthfuls of meat. "Do you still have enough money in Zhuangzi?" "Yes. I have sold a lot of kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. If you don't buy these two, I will not sell my bicycle. Li smiled. Obviously, he had sold a lot. Bicycles were a symbol of status. There were bicyclists in Chang, and when the people in front of them were far away, they would start to ring the bell to remind the other party to avoid them. Also, when they were turning, they would raise their hand in the direction they were going to turn to indicate where they were going to turn. It was just like the private cars in the 60s and 70s, riding a bicycle and receiving a bunch of envious stares. Baigu lowered his head and ate. He did not want to talk anymore. Bicycles were different from other things. They were tax-free, and the money could be used to make guns. It was not included in the 500,000 renminbi tax deduction, and he could not collect any taxes. Old Bai, don't be sad. My kerosene lamps and thermos bottles are tax deductible. I am going to announce that after selling 3,000 bicycles, if you want to buy more, you have to hold on to the kerosene lamps and thermos bottles for more than a year. Li Yi comforted Baigu. He could see that Baigu was unhappy. You said the same thing before. Later, you said that it was to make it easier for everyone to travel. You just want to sell them for money. Baigu felt wronged. He wanted to settle the score. 1,000 renminbi for a bicycle. How much would 3,000 bicycles cost? The rich people were all taken care of. They were mainly businessmen from other places. They bought a set of items and sold them. I'm doing this for everyone's sake. Li sighed. Baigu looked at him with disdain and suddenly asked, Can you lower the price in the future? The people in the imperial court also want to ride bicycles. Impossible. We can only raise the price. If we lower the price, Li Family Zhuangzi's brand will be worthless. Do you think you are selling vegetables and lowering the price at night? Li Yi would not do such a stupid thing. He was selling a brand. If the price was lower, what would the people who bought it think? Not only could he not lower the price, but he also had to send people to secretly say that he wanted to increase the price. That's not bad. Baigu was not very good at doing business. He thought about it in a stupid way and felt that it made sense. After he finished eating, he took 2 caddies of secondary grade 2 tea and left. He looked very happy. Stealing other people's business. Not good. Li Yi looked at him with disdain. If the people from the province were willing to send things, they could take things back. At the same time, in 4 Quarters Embassy, Abida Nakamaro and the others were eating and waiting. They purposely released the news of 4,000 tales of honey. They hoped that some officials would drop a hint to Li Yi. When the time came, they would do as Li Yi said and give it to Li Yi. In the future, they would use all kinds of reasons to contact Li Yi in Zhuangzi. In their view, 4,000 tales of honey was not a small amount. Li Yi would be very happy if they used it as a gift. I heard that cement needs to be burned. How do you burn it? Masato Shimoto told the others what he heard. Is it the same as burning lime? Write a letter and let us burn it in China. Fujiwara Mayung did not want to buy Tang Dynasty cement. It was too expensive. I don't know what to burn it with. Stone. Lime cannot be used as cement. It must not be that. Takagi Junichiro still did not get the cement formula. Let's wait for a while. Wait for Li Yi. Give the officials of Tang Dynasty money and let them talk to Li Yi. Abida Nakamaro did not want to waste time. He did not believe that there was anyone who did not like money. Chapter 999. Old Blue, how is it? Fan came over with food to look for Old Blue. In Juku, the sun only reached the middle a little later. There was a time difference, and they had just eaten. Old Lou had surgery on his stomach, so the staple food for him was deep-fried steamed buns. After it was fried, he broke it open and took out the soft flour inside. At the same time, he also ate cooked rice grains that had been soaked in water. It was the standard meal for wing knights in Li Family Zhuangzi. They had to eat rice and noodles for every meal. The digestion speed was different, and the pH was different. Li Yi had not studied the method given by Li Yi before. Later, he went to a construction site. There was a restaurant next to the construction site that sold food for 10 yuan. In his opinion, Such a restaurant had not been opened for long. The construction site had a lot of people who could eat, so they could eat as much as they wanted. There was even braised pork inside. In the end, he happened to pass by that day and was hungry, so he also went to eat. He found that the construction site people served meat and vegetables, as well as soup and pickled vegetables. Then the tray was filled with rice and 2 big steamed buns. The construction site people did not just eat the food. He asked, and the other party told him that if this restaurant closed, they would not be able to eat cheap food. Eating at home, could you just eat the food? Just treat it as if it was home. Then Li asked why they had to eat 2 staple foods. The construction site people told him that it was strong. If he only ate rice, his stomach would be uncomfortable. If he only ate noodles, it would be easier for his stomach to get acid. He went back to check the information and found that this was indeed the case. However, he still did not like to eat both. The feathered forest-flying cavalry ate like this when the conditions permitted. Now that the conditions were not good, only wounded soldiers could enjoy this treatment. It's okay. It's just a little painful. It doesn't matter to us. Old Lu smiled. He was a former veteran who had been taught by Li to play. When he played, he even wanted to die. There were countless times when he felt that he could not take it anymore and wanted to quit. But when he thought of his family, he had to die on the training ground. Now that he was in pain, he thought back and realized that it was not a big deal. Eat. The body recovers slowly in the highlands. Eat a few mouthfuls and eat in the afternoon. Eat less and eat more. Fan helped old Lu sit up and lean. Then he took a small table. I'll do it myself. Old Lu changed his posture and knelt there. This way his stomach wouldn't hurt. Looks like you're in good condition. Then there's no need to rush back. Let's rest for a while. Our brothers will send back a new battle report. Fan observed old Lu. Old Lu did not have a fever, nor was he panting. If the situation on the old road was not good, he would have to run back and deliver it to Li alive. Someone went back to report the news. Naturally, he had to tell Li about old Lu's situation and see if Li had made any arrangements. Outside, Guojun and Wang Junkui stood at the entrance of the tent and listened. Feeling relieved, they turned around to look elsewhere. The 2 of them were not in a hurry to eat. They were observing the injured winged knights. They're recovering faster than us. Wang Junkui noticed the situation. In comparison, the recovery speed of his own party members was not as fast as that of the winged knights. In the past, they ate well and built a foundation. Guojun didn't have any good ideas. The soldiers of the Heshi provincial governor sometimes had to go to the fields. It was good enough that they could eat their fill. How could they learn from His Majesty's private army? Wang Junkui looked up at the sky to see if it would rain. She saw that there were few clouds in the sky, only a few scattered ones. Without rain, Tubo probably won't counterattack this year. Wang Junkui judged Tubo's situation. Guojun pondered for a moment and said, without the winged knights, Zesikas probably won't send troops. But with the winged knights, if it were me, I'd rather die than fight. Wang Junkui was stunned. After a few breaths, she nodded. Indeed, as long as there are more winged knights, the morale will rise. He thought it through. The winged knights were powerful, but they were few in number. In a large-scale battle, the few winged knights wouldn't be able to come out unscathed. When the time comes and they spread the news, not only would they forget about their previous mistakes, they would also gain merit. It would also be beneficial for peace talks. Only by being strong enough could there be peace. Otherwise, the enemy would just fight. Why would they negotiate with you? The 2 of them went back to eat. Everyone except for the injured soldiers ate the same food. There were winged knights in every military camp, and they communicated with the provincial governor's soldiers. The provincial governor's soldiers had some tricks that the winged knights could learn. The winged knights taught them how to fall asleep quickly, how to hypnotize themselves, and how to calculate the terrain. Only then did the provincial governor's soldiers know that the winged knights could write and calculate. They were so envious. The winged knights found a sense of superiority. Look, we have knowledge. Back then we were unlucky. Otherwise, we could have taken the imperial examinations. For a moment, they were in a state of bragging and not saying a word about being beaten and bullied. When they were learning, they had suffered a lot. Li Yi said that there was a new game for them to play. It was simply asking for their lives. Was that a game? Now that they had endured it, it was time to enjoy it. It was not easy. When they were learning the things that Li Dongzhu taught them, they wished that they could change it to the game of carrying 30 jin of weight, 20 li cross-country, and swim with equipment. Tubo's commander, Zaisikaz, was also having his meal. It was just as Guojiyun had guessed. He was thinking of how to get rid of a large number of winged knights. The people who had invited them to battle had returned with heavy losses. This was a blow to their morale. On the battlefield, the military forces of the Tang dynasty were using hot air balloons. If they couldn't win, they could find excuses to say that it was not their fault. 1,000 elite soldiers had gone to invite them to battle, and they were bare-chested. The Tang dynasty had sent out the same number of winged knights, but they still couldn't defeat them. In terms of weapons, they couldn't win against the Tang dynasty. In terms of courage and combat skills, they still couldn't win. Could they still fight the war? They needed a victory against the winged knights. Pass down my order. Everyone will rest for a few days and eat as much as possible. Then we will counterattack. If the slaves kill one winged knight, their slave status will be removed. If the others kill one, we will give them 10 slaves. Zaisikaz thought about the situation when they ran. In his memory, it seemed that the Tang dynasty soldiers were also exhausted, and they probably didn't have enough weapons. His troops were scared out of their wits at that time, including himself. If they didn't run, they would have fought. He regretted it. All was fair in war. He was angry that he was cheated. "Commander, they have built a military camp," the general advised. There was a big difference between having a military camp and not having one. Go around from the south and force them out. The cavalry will bite the winged knights. They are the private army of the Tang dynasty. They are very good at fighting. 5 for 1. We will have something to say when we go back. Zaisikaz had already thought about it. They avoided the military camp. When they fought in Songzhou, the other troops encountered the winged knights and suffered great losses. The winged knights cooperated with the Songzhou troops to counterattack, and Tubo suffered even greater losses. It was said that in the 2 battles in Songzhou, dozens of winged knights died. If his troops could kill hundreds of them, what would others say when they went back? If they were lucky enough to kill all 2,000 winged knights? Oh, he didn't dare to think about it. 5 days passed, and Zaisikaz was ready to send out his troops. He started to boost morale early in the morning. What he didn't know was that Guojiyun's military camp was also in the morning. Dust was flying in the distance, and 10,000 winged knights arrived. Chapter 1000. The people of Guojiyun's military camp stared at the cavalry that covered the sky and the flying flags in a daze. Are they going to capture Tubozan Pu alive? Wang Juankui couldn't help but ask. The scale was too big. Winged knights, what did His Majesty mean? There are sky monkeys. Guojiyun held up his binoculars and saw many sky monkeys hanging beside the horses. The sky monkeys were even longer than the horses. Fan Fan mounted his horse and ran to the side of a general. He turned his horse around and rode side by side. "Tianbu, why are you here? Look at the flags, 10,000 brothers?" He asked the leader. The leader was called Qin Li, and his Chinese characters were Tianbu. Qin Li's family had produced scholars before. Qin Li's life was not bad when he was young. He could write and calculate. Therefore, he had a Chinese character. Qin Li's Chinese character meant lacking. He wanted to tell God that they were lacking. It was like a dog or something. Don't take it away, it's easy to feed. When they reached the age of 20, they had to choose their characters according to their names. If they were lacking, Tianbu would take it from the Tao of Heaven. Li Dongzhu and His Majesty know that you are lacking things and asked us to send them over. Is anyone injured? We brought tetanus, small oxygen bottles, and uninflated oxygen bags. Qin Li observed the layout of the military camp. He looked with his eyes and calculated the distance and height in his mind. Just one. He was shot in the stomach. Give him tetanus. Let's test his sensitivity first. We don't need oxygen. We can withstand the high-altitude environment. A smile appeared on Fan Fan's face. It was great that they brought tetanus needles. Okay, you go get the medicine. I'll go see Jidushigua. Go. Qin Li took the lead and rushed over. Fan Fan went to find the person who brought the medicine. He was afraid that old Lu would get tetanus. Old Lu didn't show any symptoms of tetanus, so it was probably fine. Jidushigua, my name is Qin Li. I'm now the temporary commander of this army. Qin Li saw Guizhiyun and the others and cupped his fists. Good. Hello, Commander Qin. Guizhiyun's face was full of smiles. God, so many sky monkeys and barrels of oil. He had occupied the entire Yellow River before the autumn harvest this year. His Majesty had sent people at the right time. Jidushigua, we have brought 4,000 sky monkeys and some other things. Please accept them and give us a receipt. Qin Li got down to business first. He had to hand over the things. Okay, I'll check it now. Guizhiyun didn't waste any more time and called for the soldiers to collect the items. The soldiers of the other regional commanders hurriedly went to move the horse feed, mainly the highland barley. Since they had traveled so far, they had to feed them fine grain. The grass was to grow. While everyone was busy, Fan Fan found the medicine and entered old Lu's tent to rest. Battalion commander, the brothers are here? Old Lu stood on the ground. He wanted to go out and take a look. Come. Tetanus. Let's test your sensitivity first. You better not be allergic. Fan Fan started to test old Lu's sensitivity. Okay, looks like I won't die. Old Lu was happy and stretched out his arm. He knew that the most dangerous situation for him was tetanus. If he injected it without any symptoms, he would be safe. Outside, there's so many big bottles of alcohol. I want to drink some. Toilet water. Yes, it's hot now. What if there are mosquitoes? I won't be afraid if I apply some. What's this? Kites? Move the sky monkeys over. Don't just watch. For 1,000, His Majesty gave us 4,000. Let's go to Sister Lake. We can take it. There are also canned fruits. I'm hungry. There's no need to be afraid now. We have another 10,000 winged knights. The Jidushi soldiers said happily. They let the winged knights rest while they took care of the horses and moved the items. In the past, they had never been treated so well. Even if they were given food, they had to think of other ways. Now, His Majesty had directly sent people from Chang and to deliver things. It was too considerate. The winged knights did not go to rest. They went to each military camp to check on the situation. They understood the deployment of the camp, the arrangement of the troops, and the number of people. The winged knights' current standard was not that of a normal soldier. They could be thrown into any army and become a battalion commander. They could write and calculate. At the same time, they knew how to survey and draw maps. They were all-weather and all-terrain troops. They were different from normal troops. We won at Huasher City. The troops sent by Tubo won't be able to return. Qin Li told Guizhiyun the news he had received before he came out. He told Guizhiyun to fight without worry. Zhang Shaosong. Before Qin Li could say who had contributed the most and how they fought, Guizhiyun answered first. He knew about Zhang Shaosong. He envied Zhang Shaosong. He came from a large family, but he had never taken the imperial examination. Zhang Shaosong, on the other hand, was a jinshi. Yes, he led 10,000 elite cavalry. Qin Li talked about the battle. He was also convinced. Zhang Shaosong was too good at fighting. He buried the explosives and used the telescope to ambush again and again. Amazing, Wang Junkui praised. Sigh, Gua Jiyun sighed. The people sent by Tubo can't return. Zaisika's only has so many people left. He won't be able to replace them in a short period of time. Yes, so Li Dongzhu and His Majesty discussed and sent things to you. They didn't send things to the other side. His Majesty means discord. Qin Li said the most important thing. Discord. He told Guodiyun that even if Princess Jincheng wrote a letter back, it would not be possible for him to withdraw his troops. His future battle arrangements were to focus on offense. There was no need to consider politics. When are you leaving? Guodiyun asked. His Majesty didn't say. We'll stay for a few more days to help you fight and train the troops. His Majesty's private army can't tremble at the sight of blood, right? Haha. Qin Li said jokingly. Good, we have enough food. The land of 9 bends is good. Guodiyun was even more happy. The 10,000 winged knights had just arrived. He had personally experienced the winged knights' archery and coordination. He had fought with them once. When they were in formation, the winged knights guarded the 2 wings. No, they didn't need to guard them. They just needed to come out and scare the Tubo soldiers. 10,000 elite cavalry, and the kind that couldn't be defeated, who wouldn't be afraid. The fact that the winged knights dared to accept the challenge bare-chested proved their bravery. If it were his own cavalry, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. They might not even be able to win. However, if they didn't welcome the opponent, they wouldn't be able to raise their morale. Didn't the other party want to use their bravery to scare them? The soldiers of the provincial governor would rather be beaten to death than be scared to death. Report. The provincial governor of Longyu has sent 30,000 soldiers with baggage. The scouts have arrived first. The messenger ran into the tent and reported. Guojin smiled. It seems like old Zhang already knew when you guys came. He was talking about Zhang Zhongliang, the provincial governor of Longyu. Chang! And sent another 10,000 winged knights to pass through there. As long as Zhang Zhongliang wasn't stupid, he would definitely cooperate. He didn't send any soldiers and baggage. This could only mean 2 things. One was that he knew the situation, but he didn't want to contribute. If he didn't help his allies, he would definitely be beaten up. The other was that he didn't know the situation and couldn't judge the situation. He would still be beaten up. As a provincial governor, if he didn't see the big picture, what was the use of having him? Chapter 1001. Let's eat some roast lamb. Brother, it's a pity we don't have alcohol. I heard that your training is tough. Li Dongzhu is like the king of hell. Is it hard to breathe? Outsiders can't stand it here. At night, the Longyu provincial governor's men arrived with the lamb. Everyone held a bonfire party. The newly arrived Yulin flying cavalry was taken care of, and everyone chatted with them about this and that. In fact, they knew a lot of things from the previous winged knights, but they still wanted to hear from the newcomers. The winged knights also cooperated. We have alcohol to drink. Every 10 days, we have to drink half a liter of rice wine. King of Hell? How can King of Hell be as fierce as Li Dongzhu? Even King of Hell is afraid of Li Dongzhu. It's okay. Our training is intense, so there's no problem with blood oxygen saturation. We also brought oxygen tanks. If you're injured and lack oxygen, take a few breaths. Don't breathe when you're fine. You'll get addicted. Li Dongzhu said that if you sweat more, you bleed less in battle. But we also bleed. The main reason is that the training is too intense. As long as you can breathe, you have to complete the tactical arrangements. No matter how tired you are, you can't lose your posture when shooting arrows. Li Dongzhu is really bad. He attacked the camp in the middle of the night. At first, we messed up, but later we got used to it. But Li Dongzhu will ask for psychological counseling. We won't have a riot. We're the strongest. We're brothers to each other. We can endure what ordinary people can't. We fight for the Tang dynasty. We are His Majesty's private army. The moment we move out is the moment the incident calms down. At first, the winged knights were joking, but as they spoke, they became solemn. If it was any other place, a shout might cause a riot, but when it came to the winged knights, a shout would cause complete silence. They didn't bully each other. They had faith. They had undergone the toughest training. Compared to combat skills, their will to fight was stronger. They wouldn't surrender, nor would they be defeated. Each of them could be a temporary commander at any time. This was what made them so outstanding. No matter what level of commander was sacrificed, there would always be a new commander to replace him. As for the new replacement, he continued to carry out his strategy without any deviation. Once the commander of the other troops was killed, the troops would fall into chaos. It didn't matter which of the winged knights died. Their troops were still in formation. This was the power of knowledge, the result of Li Yi's long-term faith. At that time, before Li Yi carried out the reorganization of the military deployment of the large military region, the sharp knife team of the Shengjing military region could do it. During the Zhu Rai military exercise, there were 7 military regions in the country. Zhu Rai's troops were using the most advanced weapons, equipment, and tactics. The final result was 6 wins and 1 loss, which was in the hands of the Shengjing military region. When Shengjing military region fought against Zhu Rai's main force, the other military regions were all crippled. Shengjing military region sent out an ace brigade to fight against Zhu Rai. When the brigade commander died, the regiment commander died. When the regiment commander died, the battalion commander died. In the end, they used a helicopter to forcefully launch a low-altitude sneak attack at night, which no one thought was possible, and destroyed Zhu Rai's main force headquarters. This was because Zhu Rai's main force was unreasonable. Who had seen them use tactical nuclear weapons? Zhu Rai's main force used it, but the other troops didn't. The current winged knights were like this. Li Yi wanted to create an absolute trump card. Whenever the winged knights talked about their troops, they would have a special feeling. Others could feel it. It was a kind of pride, a pride that came from their bones. I am the strongest. No matter what battle, I am stronger than all the enemies. Other people's mentality had also changed due to the influence of the Yulin winged cavalry. We will arrive tomorrow morning. There will be a big reward for killing the winged knights. They don't have many people. Tubo's troops moved at night. Zesika's arranged for people to boost their morale and use the lives of the winged knights as an example. This method was very useful. Tubo soldiers didn't expect to eliminate many military forces of the Tang dynasty. Their goal was clear, which was to kill the winged knights. The highlands at night were colder, but everyone was in a state of excitement and didn't care about anything else. They seemed to be more energetic than before. The scouts ran around, wishing that they could meet the winged knight scouts. How big of a contribution would it be to capture one of them? However, Zesika's didn't dare to meet the Tang dynasty's army at dawn. He wasn't an idiot, and he was tired from the journey. He needed to eat something first and then rest. He opened his arms to feel the wind and revealed a satisfied smile. The wind was good today, blowing from west to east. This way, the Tang dynasty's hot air balloons wouldn't be useful. What he was most afraid of was the Tang dynasty's hot air balloons floating above his head. They would throw something exploding, and he wouldn't be able to withstand the arrows. At dawn, Zesika's troops stopped 40 li away from the Tang dynasty's chain of military strongholds. The wind was indeed not good for the hot air balloons, but the hot air balloons were still floating. They were pulled by ropes. The flag signals from above told the people below that they had discovered the Tibetan army. There was no way they wouldn't discover it. The Tibetan army was so large, and it wasn't just one person. Looking from the sky with binoculars, the color of every place was different. The Tibetan army is here. Don't eat too much in the morning, and don't drink too much water. Guo Zhiyun received the news and gave the order. The soldiers knew that they should eat as dry as possible and then eat until they were half full. They would be sleepy after eating. For hours later, when it was almost noon, Tubo's troops were 20 li ahead. The Tang dynasty didn't send any scouts. They could see it clearly from the sky. Why would they send any scouts out? The wind is not bad. Come on, everyone, sign up. 100 people. Qin Li knew what Tubo meant. The hot air balloons couldn't fly over. However, the hot air balloons couldn't fly against the wind. The hang gliders they brought were just right. Nearly 12,000 winged knights recommended each other. Everyone knew who was the best during training. If they were weaker, they shouldn't show off. The 100 candidates were selected. Fan Fan and Qin Li were both there. They were the best. The other hot air balloons were heated up. They brought the assembled triangular hang gliders and grabbed the ropes. They were brought up into the sky by the hot air balloons. They adjusted the angle, let go, and quickly held the front support of the hang gliders. Then they left the range of the hot air balloons, looked for the direction of the wind, and maintained their altitude. The hot air balloons came down again and brought another batch up. Like this, 3 batches, 100 hang gliders appeared in the sky. The west wind continued to blow. The hot air balloons didn't dare to fly too high. The fixed range of the ropes below was not enough, and it was easy to tilt the basket of the hot air balloons. 100 hang gliders went out and circled in the sky, gradually approaching Tubo's troops. They couldn't fly against the wind all the time. Their muscles were too tired. Moving forward against the wind, the hang gliders needed to nod. They nodded again and again, looking up and down. If they didn't circle, they would tumble easily. At that time, they could only use rapid unlocking and parachuting. The soldiers of the 2 provincial commanders stared with their eyes wide open. Wow, there was such a fun thing in the Tang dynasty. Hot air balloons with the wind and hang gliders against the wind. The 100 glider pilots performed their best, and some even exceeded their usual standards. They flew and flew, and flew above the Tibetan army. They circled, and their altitude fluctuated. Tubo's soldiers looked up. They were afraid that an explosive would suddenly be thrown down from above. Zaysikaz also looked at the gliders circling in the sky. He wanted to say something to boost the morale, but in the end he said, Chapter 1002. Zaysikaz knew what was flying in the sky. It was a big kite that could carry people with it. He also knew that big kites could fly with or against the wind. If it flew with the wind, it would gradually descend. If it flew against the wind, it could spin endlessly in the sky. The people of the Tang dynasty named the big kites as gliders, which were used by the army. Now he didn't know if there would be explosives thrown on it. Would a stone be able to kill someone? It would be best if it didn't fall on his head. His helmet could block it. Tubo's troops were looking up. Tubo's scouts were approaching carefully. They were afraid of being surrounded. In order to be able to detect the situation in advance, the scouts were in each other's field of vision. They were getting closer and closer. No one was chasing them. The Tang soldiers had surrounded them. As the Tubo scouts approached, they saw there were so many cavalry. Why were there so many winged forest flags among the cavalry? They moved forward again and saw more clearly. There were more than 10,000 winged knights. They could tell from the clothes they were wearing. Moreover, the Tang soldiers had too many people. They spread out horizontally and rode their horses. They had run far away. There was still the Tang formation. A Tubo scout was running. Suddenly, a shout came from the side of the formation. That's enough. Go back and report. We'll chase you again. Your horses are running out of energy. Retreat. The leaders shouted and led the team back. They all looked lonely. There was no way to fight the war. There were more than 10,000 winged knights. The others added up to 100,000. How many people did they have? A little more than 40,000. They had promised to have 2,000 winged knights. They were going to fight with them and get the credit in one battle. Why was the situation different from what they had imagined? The difference was too big. They saw dozens of sky monkey carts with sky monkeys on them. There were also many sky monkeys piled on the ground, waiting to be loaded. The Tubo scouts ran back. The Tang dynasty's army formation began to change. They had deliberately let the Tubo scouts see to weaken the enemy's morale. Reporting, the enemy has more than 100,000 men, with more than 10,000 winged knights and countless sky monkeys. The scout shouted as he ran over. Shut up, don't shout. Zaysikaz was furious. What was she shouting about? Are you afraid that the soldiers won't know? The scouts returned, and the gliders in the sky adjusted their direction and left. Tubo's army was in chaos, mainly because of the buzzing of voices. Commander, what should we do? The general next to Zaysikaz asked. The plan was good, but the actual situation was beyond their expectations. At this moment, Zaysikaz's head was also buzzing. Many small stars appeared in front of his eyes, and his ears couldn't hear anything. His hands and feet were numb, and he felt that time was passing very slowly. There seemed to be a sound that was dragging on. This was a normal reaction when there was insufficient blood supply to the brain. The next step should be Zaysikaz's vision went dark. He swayed and fell to the side of the horse. Commander-in-Chief, Commander-in-Chief. The general next to him reached out and grabbed him, dismounting from his horse. The surrounding soldiers rushed over and treated him. After dozens of breaths, Tashi Kij, who had been pinched and swollen, woke up. He lay there and looked around. Retreat. Retreat slowly. Don't spread out. The formation can't be messed up. Guard against the enemy cavalry's charge. The messenger went to pass down the order. The troops at the front stood still, while the ones at the back turned and walked 100 steps. The second last row stood still, while the ones at the front turned and ran. The Tibetan army didn't leave anyone behind to cover the rear because it was impossible to do so. The battlefield was too big, and the enemy could go around. When the enemy went around from both sides, wouldn't they be surrounded? The moment the Tibetan army retreated, the hot air balloons immediately signaled, "Kill!" Gua Jiun lightly spat out a word. He didn't have the slightest bit of pity for Tubo. "Do you think I won't hit you if you retreat? When you're strong enough, will you let me go?" With the order, the troops moved. The horses pulled the sky monkey chariot and ran, preparing to use the sky monkey to destroy the enemy's rear. Nearly 12,000 winged knights jumped out on 3 horses. They went to find the enemy's cavalry, and the other cavalry followed. Cavalry suffered the most casualties when fighting cavalry, but no one retreated. As soon as the sky monkey chariot went forward, the formation of Tubo, who were running together at the back, was instantly messed up. Run! No one knew who shouted, but that group of people ran forward. They didn't care about the formation anymore. When some people ran, the others followed. The sky monkey is coming. The sky monkey is coming. The monkey is coming, run. The troops behind Tubo ran forward. Some wanted to go around from the side to overtake them, and some wanted to squeeze through the gaps in the enemy's formation. In less than half an hour, more than half of the people were in a mess. Another part of the Tang cavalry chased behind. Some of Tubo's men ran, and Tubo turned around, threw down their weapons, and knelt down to surrender. If they didn't run, could they outrun the cavalry? As for not being afraid of death, the prerequisite was that they could kill. Even if they died, they couldn't kill the enemy. Retreat, retreat! Zaysikaz knew the situation behind them and gave the order to retreat again. A large group of cavalry surrounded him and ran first. If they didn't run, there would be 2 results: death or capture. The winged knights didn't chase from behind, but from the side. The winged knights' bows and arrows were good. If they chased from behind, Tubo's men would turn around to shoot, and at the same time they would be at a disadvantage. If they ran parallel, the range of their arrows would be longer than the enemy's. If they used the speed of the horses to rush from the side to the front, Tubo would definitely fight with their lives on the line. If they could chase and kill, why would they fight? It wasn't worth it. If you surrender, we won't kill you. If you surrender, we won't kill you. The Tang soldiers shouted as they chased. Baggage. Go forward and prepare to take Sisters Lake. Send someone to report to Zhongliang, and ask them to organize people to follow. Guo Zhiyun found an opportunity. They had more people, and they were chasing after the enemy while the enemy was few. If they ran back, they should be able to kill 20 to 30,000 people. Later, even if the enemy continued to gather troops, their numbers wouldn't exceed 80,000. They still had good weapons. If they fought this battle well, they would directly occupy the Yellow River Basin. After that, it would depend on baggage's transportation ability. As long as there were sky monkeys and explosives, Tubo wouldn't be able to take back the territory. Tubo's infantry ran in all kinds of ways, and when they were caught by the cavalry, they would either fight to the death or surrender. The Tang dynasty's infantry advanced steadily. They weren't in a hurry and couldn't run. It was too tiring. According to the Jidushi's orders, they had to travel nearly 600 miles. Along the way, they would encounter areas where Tubo grazed and farmed. The local people were both soldiers and people. Tubo would gather and then continue to run. It was impossible for tens of thousands of people to form an army at the same time. Advancing like this would be the biggest blow to Tubo. Zesicas, who was running, felt helpless. He knew that many people would surrender. Those who surrendered were from other tribes that Tubo had forced to fight with them. When they realized that the Tang dynasty's forces were too strong, why would they risk their lives to fight? If it were the real Tubo people on his side, would it be like this? Zesicas complained that the soldiers of other tribes couldn't be put to good use. When they encountered a strong enemy, not only could they not fight, but they also caused trouble for him. Chapter 1003. I don't know if we can occupy the whole Yellow River Basin this time. Li Longji came back during lunchtime. After lunch, he strolled around to digest the food and thought about Tubo with Li Yi. In fact, it was Li Longji who was thinking, but Li Yi didn't. Jialing Lake and Erling Lake are the biggest freshwater lakes there. If Tubo loses these two lakes, they will lose more land. When Li Yi mentioned the importance of the lakes, Tubo would fight with all their might. Now, many of Tubo's soldiers were fighting for Tubo's tribes, so they didn't have a fighting spirit. Tubo's own troops were still very good at fighting. The old Tang dynasty book recorded, "Go is Lubo." He plays the game of blowing shells and singing drums, and his bow and sword never leave his side. His mother worships his son, and his son worships his father. The young ones are in front, and the old ones are in the back. The military order is strict. In every battle, the front group dies and the rear group advances. When the soldiers die, they die of illness. When the War of Generations is over, they become Gate-Eye. Those who are defeated in battle will be hung with a fox's tail, showing the cowardice of a fox. If there are many people, they will be ashamed. If they die, they will be ashamed. It was said that Tubo people like to play chess with squares. Li refers to the conch, which is played by blowing conches and beating drums. The young ones were important, and the old ones were inferior. The mother's status was lower than the son's, and the son was arrogant in front of the father. When walking, the young ones were in front, and the old ones were in the back. When fighting, those in front died, and those in the back advanced. Those who died in battle were important, and those who died of illness were hated. Every generation had people who died in battle, and this family was Gate-Eye. Then there was the humiliation of the defeated, which was second only to death. This was Tubo's proper army. Whoever was strong and dared to fight would be respected. If the two freshwater lakes at the source of the Yellow River were occupied by the Tang dynasty, would they agree? Li Longji stopped. How will Guojian deal with it? Looking at the situation, it is advantageous to the Tang dynasty. He will probably occupy them and then rely on the transportation of weapons. Li Yi guessed. If it were him, he wouldn't have any good ideas either. The area that needed to be defended was too large, and Tubo dispatched troops very quickly. Without a strong city to defend, the military stronghold was of little use. However, as long as there were enough skyscraping monkeys and explosives, the Tibetan army would not be able to find a good solution. Li Longji stepped forward again. shoot and fight against the cavalry. He thought about how the Tubo people would react. They would scatter the cavalry instead of staying together. When the wind was blowing in their favor, they would fire arrows and catapults at the stronghold from a distance, using the skycracker monkey to blow up the catapults. Let's see who can withstand it. The catapults were money, and so were the skycracker monkeys. However, the explosive packs were easy to use. The explosive packs could be used as landmines. They could be buried outside the stockade. Look at the enemy cavalry's running pattern and find the right time to ignite it. There's also the night battle. I can't give all of our hot air balloons night vision goggles. Set a fire outside. It needs to burn all night. Prepare more dried fruits, carrots, and chili noodles. Li added. He was on Tubo's side. He couldn't defeat the Tang dynasty scouts during the day, so he had no choice but to attack at night. They could attack the stronghold at night. It was impossible to put a lot of people in a stronghold. They could concentrate their superior forces and attack the stronghold while it was dark. If they suffered a lot of casualties, they could at least take down the stronghold. If they didn't fight, they would be nibbled away by the Tang dynasty. If they fought, they still had a chance. They could even send some soldiers to attack the stronghold, and some to kill the people and livestock grazing along the Yellow River and the two lakes. It was not Shanghai Pass, where there was no danger. They could deploy soldiers from the rear. One lake was more than 4,270 meters above sea level, while the other was more than 4,290 meters above sea level. The soldiers at the rear did not live in the highlands. How many non-combat casualties would there be? Usually the soldiers at the rear who were physically strong could withstand it. However, they needed more oxygen to support themselves during a fight. They would collapse after running a few steps. This was also the reason why his country could send few soldiers to a country that didn't like to build toilets. Especially at the beginning of the war, the local minorities had not fully integrated into the family of the motherland. Unlike later, most of the soldiers guarding there were ethnic minorities. The other soldiers had to be able to adapt to the highland climate first. For example, the National Army guarding the Walken Corridor, which had an average altitude of more than 4,000 meters, dared not let anyone out or in. That was because they were Tajiks, a highland people. If there was a little disaster there, the central government would be anxious and must help. They were counting on them to guard the border. If altitude sickness was so easy to overcome, why would they train soldiers on Tai Mountain? The amount of exercise for traveling was different from the amount of exercise for fighting. They could go to Potala Palace and try running 5,000 meters there. Li Longji's expression was dignified. Transport cement. No, build a kiln there and send the winged knights to guard it. For the time being, don't exchange livestock with them, only the people of the Tang dynasty, but tell them to boil the cement. Don't let them know the ratio of the raw materials. When the raw materials are transported and loaded, send them somewhere else to stay. When it's time to burn, let them come back. In fact, it's useless to know. They don't know where the coal is. When we occupy some places, I'll point out the location. There's a place where the coal looks like a hill. When the ground is dug up, the coal will flow down. Li Yi felt that he was thinking too much. If he told Tubo how to burn cement, what would Tubo use to burn it? Hey, cow dung? Even if they did not hesitate to spend a lot of firewood, how much cement could they burn? If they had the time, it would be better to use ready-made materials like building Potala Palace. Hearing Li Yi's words, Li Longji suddenly thought it through. Yes, other people don't have coal. They can't farm well and smelt well. How can they burn cement? He smiled. Brother E, let's open up the cement factories and build them everywhere. If others want to learn, they can learn. At least the people of the Tang dynasty can use it first. In that case, I can take 4,000 cubes of honey. No, I'll ask for 20,000 cubes of honey. Li Yi instantly thought of the Japanese Empire. If they built many cement factories, it would be impossible to keep it a secret. If he did not care about 4,000 cubes of honey, would the people in charge of the cement factory not care about it? Why not give them a chance to meet with 20,000 cubes of honey and then lead the people of the Japanese Empire to visit the cement factory? When there was no cement, the Japanese Empire still had castles. If there was no cement, would the Great Wall not be built? Li Longji looked at Li Yi and patted Li Yi on the shoulder. With you, the Tang dynasty will not lose out. Li Longji could not figure out why Li Yi would think of making money from the Japanese Empire when they were talking about Tubo. The envoys of the Japanese Empire had been waiting for Li Yi to meet them. However, no matter how long they waited, Li Yi did not seem to care about the 4,000 cubes of honey. Is there no one to help deliver the message? Shinichi Shimichi began to suspect that the people of Honglu Temple did not go to Li Yi. Is the money too little? Takagi Junichiro asked. 100 cubes is too little? Fujiwara Meijo thought that 100 cubes was a lot according to the current purchasing power of Chang, and in the Tang dynasty. Ask him to have a meal. Abita and Nakamaro gave the most direct method. They could ask him indirectly during the meal. Chapter 1004. Kill. Kill. Surrender and exchange. While the Japanese Empire's envoy was having dinner with the Honglu Temple's people, the Tang dynasty soldiers continued to shout and kill on the battlefield before the sky turned dark. Tubo threw a lot of things again. His tent was completely gone, and his tools were also thrown on the ground. Zeisikas, who was running in front, wanted to turn back and kill his own people. Every time he fought, he threw a lot of things. If he ran back, where would he find tools? Without a tent, he would be cold at night. The tents were all made of leather and were very precious. He held back his anger and looked up at the sun. There was still some time before sunset. Why was it so slow? Change horses, a general in the army shouted. As the shout fell, more than 4,000 people jumped from their horses to the horses next to them. The horses that were no longer burdened seemed to be energized. Change horses. The winged knights who had been wandering around and shooting arrows also changed horses. They each rode 3 horses, while Tubo could only run on 2 horses. The other cavalrymen were done for. With only 1 horse, how far could they run if they ran at full speed? When they encountered those cavalrymen, the winged knights ignored them after a round of arrows and continued to chase the ones in front. The ones behind were left to the other Tang dynasty cavalrymen. The winged knights' horses were more tired. If the enemy's horses were tired, they would definitely charge at the winged knights. The winged knights dared to fight, and they could also fight with their lives on the line. However, in the current situation, they did not fight. They would run to the side and dodge. After all, their horses were tired. They could dodge while shooting arrows. The winged knights' horses were good. When they were chosen, they were good horses. Needless to say, they were fed and trained in Chang. And whose horses could be fed with different ingredients at any time? Could they eat eggs? Normally, it was considered a luxury for a person to ride 2 horses. Usually, the other horse would have to carry something. Sometimes, when both horses were tired and the road was difficult to travel, the person would dismount. The trend of 3 horses really became popular during the Mongolian period. There were many horses, and the Malians would bring mares with milk to replenish their supplies. The winged knights did not wear heavy armor. They relied on their speed and archery skills to win. Their heavy armor made them unable to run. If he had extra weight to carry, he would bring more arrows. Guajiyun didn't know that the winged knights were this strong in the wild. He estimated that 20,000 to 30,000 out of the 40,000 enemy troops would survive. 20,000 was more stable, and 30,000 was what he was looking forward to. In the end, it was the Tubo people who ran away on their 2 mounts. They were the odd few out of the 40,000. The people running away from Tubo finally got to see how powerful the Tang Emperor's private army was. It was mainly because they were difficult to deal with. If you charge at him, he will run, and then he will turn around and shoot. If the distance between the 2 parties is 100 paces, the arrow can travel 100 20 paces. Even if they were hit by an arrow, it would only be a flesh wound. The person who was chasing after the arrow had to bear a different fate. He was running towards the arrow and plunged right into it. Thus, as the chase went on, the pursuer fell. The winged knights didn't chase. They made good use of their weapons and shot arrows from a distance. They didn't necessarily have to hit the person. They could also hit the horse. The whole process of running and chasing was an elimination process. Whether the horse was good or not, it would determine who would be eliminated. At this moment, the only thing the Tubo people could look forward to was nightfall. They were basically all Tubo people, not people from other tribes. Only they were qualified to ride 2 mounts. Just like the people who had challenged them before. Why did they stop? They were not afraid of death. They just didn't want to die when they couldn't kill the enemy. In summer, the days were long and the nights were short. Today was the 5th day of the summer solstice. The summer solstice was the day with the longest day of the year. Usually at 8 o'clock in the evening, the sky would still be bright. Then, after 6 hours, the sky would be bright again. The winged knights were very patient. They were not boorish people. They played to their strengths. More horses, better bows, and better arrows. As for archery and horsemanship, both sides were basically the same. Swish, swish, swish. The winged knights baited the enemy, and the 2 sides exchanged arrows again. More than 40 Tubo people fell from their horses, but none of the winged knights were hurt. "Take my horse!" someone in the Tubo team suddenly shouted. He glanced at the person next to him and urged his horse out. When he reached the outside, he suddenly jumped off his horse, rolled a few times on the ground, got up and limped towards the winged knights behind him. He didn't have any more arrows. He didn't know that he would meet so many winged knights. He left his horse to the others, and swish! The winged knights shot an arrow into the man's chest when he was about 20 steps away. The horse swerved to the side. "I'm not dead yet." The man grabbed the arrow and rushed over again with his knife, blood gushing out of his mouth. "Take my horse!" After another exchange of arrows, another Tubo person rushed out. "Take my remaining arrows and horse. I'm from the first gate." Someone handed over his last 2 arrows, but left his horse behind because it couldn't make it. He stabbed the horses but with his knife, and the horse jumped out. An arrow came and hit him in the throat. His body swayed, and he fell on the horse's back with his eyes wide open. Boom! The horse rushed to the end of its life. Its front legs gave way, and it fell to the ground. Its stomach heaved slightly, but it could never stand up again. It was exhausted. Some people followed suit, and on the way to escape, more Tubo people followed suit. They used their own lives to give their companions a chance to escape. When there was only a glimmer of light left in the sky, the winged knights stopped chasing. There were less than 3,000 Tubo people left, and there was still about 45 minutes before nightfall. The winged knights didn't want to give up their horses. They took turns to ride 3 horses each, and now they couldn't take it anymore. If they continued to chase, some of their horses would die. They stopped, turned over and dismounted, and took out water bags to water and feed the horses. Some even took out knives and iodophor to bleed the horses. They also took a small handful of pepper and let man lick it. The horse rubbed its head affectionately against its master. Not many of their horses will survive. Will continue to chase at dawn. Chinli flicked his wrist and looked at the Tubo people in the distance. "Can someone help me remove the arrow? I got an arrow in my back. It's a bit deep. There's a guy who's strong and uses a different bow." A winged knight came over and lay on the ground. There was indeed an arrow in his back. It had pierced through his leather armor when he was being chased. The bows they used were strong enough, but they couldn't rule out the possibility that some Tubo people were stronger and used stronger bows. Someone came over to help and cut open the leather armor to check. "It's okay. It's only an inch deep. You'll suffer for a few days." The person who saw took out a tool to help him remove the arrow. The arrow had a barb at the front. After the arrow pierced into the muscle contracted and clamped the arrow. It needed to be pulled and couldn't be pulled out directly. Not long after, the arrow was taken out. Under the light of the setting sun, the person who pulled the arrow out shook his head. It's dirty and rusty. Come, let's test your sensitivity. I'll give you a tetanus shot. Bah! Damn, I'll go back and ask Li Dongzhu for poison. I'll use it too. The person lying on the ground didn't have any anesthetic. He was in so much pain that he was biting grass to endure. The wound was almost an inch deep. There was no tetanus shot. The arrow was rusty, and there was no iodophor to clean it. Thank you, Li Dongzhu, for providing us with exercise classes. You're all muscular. Otherwise, you would have been pierced through. The person next to him, who was using a syringe to suck the medicine, said with a smile. His heart wasn't heavy as long as the injured didn't die. Li let them exercise. They had more muscles and now they were useful. Chapter 1005. For athletes, they only needed to focus on one aspect. The same was true for swimming and sprinting. Long distance running required aerobic endurance. The same was true for speed skating. The training of soldiers was not enough. They had to have everything. The disadvantage of having everything was that they were not proficient. The advantage was that they had a high chance of survival on the battlefield. When training slow and fast muscle fibers, they did not need to be absolutely outstanding in one aspect. They just needed to be able to train. Of course, people like Guozi were an exception. He was talking about normal people. The moment the injured soldier was hit by the arrow, his muscles would contract passively. Therefore, after the arrow penetrated the leather armor, it was blocked by the muscles. If it was someone without training, the arrow tip would have gone in. If the arrow went in, it would hurt the internal organs. It was different from muscle injury. Do you want to suture it? Give me an anesthetic. The person lying on the ground wanted to cry when he heard that it was an inch deep. It's less than an inch, almost an inch. You have to suture it. Someone had already taken out a needle and thread. The person next to him found some dry grass and lit it with a lighter. What do you mean? Lighting with grass? Isn't there alcohol? Give me a stick. I will bite my tongue. The person lying on the ground did not want to play. He wanted to go home. This group of people was too evil. Here, bite the arrow shaft. It's the one that pierced you. Someone handed it over. Change to another one. It's our own arrow. I'm afraid there are germs on the shaft. It's too dry here. My lips are broken and will get infected. Wipe it with alcohol. Hey, give me a sip of alcohol. In the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, written by Li Dongzhu, Guan Yu scraped his bones and drank alcohol to treat his wounds. I drank a big mouthful. It won't hurt when it's numb. Oh, what's this? Dongzhu gave me an anesthetic needle. Qin Li came over. Actually, it's not necessary. I can stand it. The person lying on the ground felt embarrassed. He did it on purpose. He was injured and needed to be delicate. You are now in a state of excitement. Actually, your body is very tired. Too much pain can make you faint. Qin Li used a precious anesthetic needle. He was a little distressed. It was said that Dongzhu exchanged his life for it, but his brother really needed it. Not long after, the local anesthetic took effect. The most skilled person came over to suture the wound. Jokes aside, his brother was injured, so he had to be serious. What was lit was candles, beeswax. It was used as medicine, but since it was all wax, it could be made into candles. Beeswax candles could also be eaten. Several injured people were being treated. A fire was lit. The horses drank a little water, and the ones that had bled were trying to eat grass in the light. They knew that it was hard to eat grass in the dark, and they could not see clearly if the grass was tender or not. On the other side, Tubo's team realized that no one was chasing them, so they stopped and quickly bled their horses. Unfortunately, many of the horses had persisted in running until now. It was useless to bleed them out. Once they fell, they could not get up. Wing Knights, don't let me catch you. You and I are sworn enemies. A soldier saw that his horse had died and roared with tears in his eyes. The others were furious, but at the same time, they did not want to recall their fear. Today, they had finally experienced the power of the winged knights. Everything was the best, and the most important thing was that these people were not inferior to them. With the same ability, but with different horses and bows, they were powerless to resist. They did not understand why the winged knights were as skilled as them when they had been trained in horsemanship and archery since they were young. Naturally, they did not know that there was a kind of training called science, and there was a kind of diet called nutrition. The winged knights were strong soldiers selected from the various house of subjugation. Did the house of subjugation not train from young? It was just that some of them did not have horses, and some did not have good bows. Of course, to be able to stand out and be selected, they must have strength. When they arrived at Tang, and they received systematic training, especially the first 3,000 people. How many people in Tubo could eat meat for every meal? How many people could eat meat and scrambled cucumber with eggs for every meal? After eating, they could eat watermelon, cantaloupe, plum, steamed fruit, and how many more? They used swimming to train their bodies' explosive strength under anaerobic conditions. Did Tubo have so many rivers? If they pulled muscles during training, did Tubo have massage and acupuncture techniques? The Tubo soldiers grew up in an environment where they developed habits. Every detail of the winged knights was adjusted by someone, including how to correct the mistakes in archery. The same went for horses. Wild horses could never outrun farmed horses. Farmed horses ate better food. How could a grass-fed horse be the same as a grain-fed horse? A grain-fed horse could catch up with a grass-fed horse and then have someone use a harness or rope to catch the wild horse. The Tubo people thought of these details, but it was not something they should have thought about. They did not have Li'i. No one gave them systematic training, and they could not support the consumption of the troops. They only had hatred and fear in their hearts. The horses could not go on. Tomorrow, they knew that the most difficult thing to endure was tomorrow. If it were them, they would also chase them to the end. Who set the rule that the chase would last for a day? Everyone was familiar with horses. How could the winged knights not know that their horses could not go on? Commander, let's fight. Some people did not want to run anymore. If they had to die, so be it. How? Zaisikas did not know who to complain about. If the other party was infantry and 100,000 people surrounded them, they would charge with their horses. Even if they died, they would kill as many as they could. The other party was cavalry. When you charged at him, he would run. He had many horses and was fast. He would not fight with you. If they could not die together, they would be killed, no matter what. It was not worth it. Zaisikas regretted it again. If he had known this would be the case, he would have led the troops to charge at the enemy's infantry. Set up camp. It's cold here at night. It's only warm in July. Gua Jiyun moved forward with the main group. When it was dark, he gave the order not to look for the Tubo defeated troops who ran in other directions. The follicles were all infantry. When dozens of people ran, the Tang dynasty's infantry did not chase after them to save energy. The cavalry chased, but the number was limited. 10 cavalry chased after 50 infantry. When they chased, the 50 infantry ran in different directions. Some knelt down and surrendered. They could not kill those who surrendered. They could kill before, but they did not want to surrender. Now, they could exchange for their own people and become laborers. They could only stop and gather the surrendered soldiers. The others ran far away. If they chased again, the surrendered soldiers would run away again. Guajiyun was familiar with this kind of situation. He could not chase after them and quickly rested. Everyone was busy setting up camp. Wang Juankue made some arrangements and came over. Li'i is really powerful. Her Majesty is the most powerful. Li'i is doing this for Her Majesty. Guajiyun emphasized who he should praise. Last time, he was corrected by Wang Juankue. This time he corrected her. Wang Juankue said that Li'i was training the troops. The winged knights were really daring. When they were invited to fight, when they attacked, when they faced the enemy head-on, or when they faced the enemy's cavalry first. The mobilization of the winged knights boosted the morale of the troops. Her Majesty's private army was so strong. It's for Her Majesty, Wang Junkui admitted. The range of the skyscraper monkey, the flight of the hot air balloon and the glider. It was too easy for Li Yi to attack the imperial city. From his Zhuangzi, the skyscraper monkey could blow up Xingqing Palace. It was pure nonsense to say that he had evil intentions. Guo looked around. Let's eat. The Yellow River area is easy to attack, but not easy to defend. Attack is one line and defense is one side. He found out that it was easy to occupy. It was difficult to occupy and keep occupying.